Good morning and welcome to the July 16th, 2026 meeting of the California Fish and Game Commission Marine Resources Committee. Callers and those joining via Zoom have been placed on mute. When it's time for members of the public to engage in the conversation about an agenda item, you'll receive instructions on how to indicate you would like to join the conversation. With me today is MRC Co-Chair Murray. Note that Co-Chair Murray will need to leave at 2:20. I'm sorry, I didn't need to tell you about that, but we're going to wrap up by 2:30 no matter what, because we do have a hard stop there. I'd like Melissa now to give technical notes, please.
Yes, for those here in the meeting room, please be sure to mute your computers and especially Zoom if you're connected to the webinar. As you heard, when folks don't have their computers muted, we get a lot of echoing between the two sites. If you are participating in the Zoom webinar and calling in by phone, please make sure that your phone number and your Zoom webinar are linked. If you logged into Zoom first and used the call me option, the linkage happened automatically. If you have joined by phone, and would like to speak, please use *9 to raise your hand. If you're not able to use the Zoom raise hand function, you can press *9 on your phone, and that lets us know that you want to contribute to the conversation. If you're having any technical difficulties with the meeting, please contact FGC at fgc.ca.gov, which is the preferred method. Or if you need to call, you can call 916-201-6201. Again, FGC at fgc.ca.gov or 916-201-6201. Note that Zoom's chat feature is disabled other than to communicate with the host.
Great, thank you, Melissa. Now, Susan, will you introduce the staff and department staff over here?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Joining us in Sacramento with the Fish and Game Commission staff is Executive Director Melissa Miller-Henson, and I'm Marine Advisor Susan Ashcraft, Executive Analyst Kelsey Laird, and Environmental Scientist Caroline Newell. And also in Sacramento, department staff include Joanna Grable, Invertebrate Fisheries Program Manager, Brian DeMars Owens, Senior Environmental Scientist Supervisor of the Invertebrate Fisheries Project, and Captain Brent Chase of the Marine Enforcement District. In La Jolla, our second location, for the commission staff, we have regulatory analyst David Haug and Sea Grant State Fellow Amanda Specht. And supporting us by Zoom is Jen Bacon. Also in La Jolla for the department, our Law Enforcement Division Assistant Chief for Marine Enforcement District, Eric Cord, and Marine Regional Manager, Dr. Craig Schumann. And joining us by Zoom is Marine Region Environmental Program Manager, John Ugratz. And just note, there are other department colleagues that are joining us for individual items, so I will introduce those remaining ones during the presentation by agenda item. And we are anticipating later to welcome Katie Sierri from the California Ocean Protection Council staff. She's the Sustainable Fisheries and Aquaculture Program Manager. Join us in Sacramento. And so just to give you a quick overview for the meeting, just welcome you to this meeting of the Marine Resources Committee. The committee is comprised of up to 2 commissioners who chair each meeting, and these meetings are assigned annually by the commission. Our goal today is to have informed discussion that will guide future decision-making by the full commission, and so your cooperation is essential to ensure a productive and a comprehensive dialogue. We're operating under the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act, so please note in this case that the committee cannot take action independent of the full commission. Instead, it makes recommendations to the full commission at the regularly scheduled commission meetings. This meeting is being recorded and it will be posted on the commission's website and YouTube channel for reference and archival purposes. A note on the agenda order that the items may be heard in any order at the discretion of the committee chair or co-chairs. For regulations that are not on the agenda, just to note that any requests for regulatory changes that you might be wanting to suggest, there's a process for that. It's a formal process. There's a form FGC1, and that is available on our website. But at the same time, at the discretion of the committee may ask staff to follow up on items of interest for possible recommendation to the commission. So I want to give you some guidance on participating in this meeting. Committee meetings operate informally, and they provide an opportunity for everyone to contribute to a discussion. So if you wish to speak on an item, please do the following. First, raise your hand and wait to be recognized by the chair or co-chair. Sometimes that can take a while. On Zoom, look for the raise hand feature, or by phone, entering *9 will indicate that you want to speak. Then wait to be called on by the chair or co-chair and state your name and affiliation if you have any specifically. Keep your comments brief so others have time to speak. And if multiple speakers share the same concern or idea, consider appointing a spokesperson. If you agree with a previous comment, you can simply state your agreement rather than repeating the sentiment. In person, so just to also note, we have three places where we're going to have commenters or to share input. So in-person participants are generally called on first. We will be starting with in-person participants here in Sacramento. Then we'll go over to co-chair Samantha Murray for those in person in La Jolla, followed by Zoom participants. And we'll rotate accordingly. And we do encourage participants to continue contributing to the dialogue as the discussion evolves. For general public comment, in other words, non-agenda items, that is at the end of the day, and your remarks should not relate to the current agenda topics. Public comment on those agenda items will be taken when those items are discussed. And housekeeping, just please make sure you're aware of the nearest emergency exit to use. And restrooms are located here at the opposite end of our floor. Also, please silence your mobile devices and your computers so that we don't have disruptions. And that's it. Thank you.
Great, terrific. Thank you. I'd like to now turn to co-chair Murray to acknowledge the passing of a member of our community.
Yeah, thanks, Eric. Thanks for that. If I could just for a second, just say we have quite a few participants here in La Jolla, and I just want to thank everyone for coming. It's really strange for me to see everyone so out of context of my work. But and I know we're a little bit packed in here. It's a small room, but I really appreciate you all putting the effort into parking and finding your way here. I know it's not always easy. So nice to see you. Thanks for coming here. Restrooms are down that hallway, and there's also like a water refilling station as well. And there's a coffee shop next door. Yes, thanks for mentioning Bob Fletcher. I was really sorry to see of his passing. Obviously, he was a super influential person who I had the opportunity to work with over the last 20 years, particularly during the process of designing the network of MPAs. I think I'd actually like to hand it over to Dr. Schumann to say a few comments. You probably worked with him more closely than I did, so.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Murray. I just want to express our condolences to the family and friends of Bob Fletcher. He was a fearless champion for fishing rights, a military veteran, a boat captain. He served as deputy director and chief deputy director of the Department of Fish and Game at that time, served as chair of the Pacific Fishery Management Council, and then moved on to lead Sport Fishing Association for a number of years. So his loss is tremendous to the fishing community, and we hope to continue to work in his memory.
Thanks, Craig.
Yeah, thank you both, and our condolences to the family for sure. With that, Co-Chair Murray, do you have any comments on the agenda? Any changes you'd like to see?
It looks good to me.
Okay, good. So agenda is good as it is. We're bringing us right to item number 2, which is White Seabass Fishery Management Review. And Susan, you want to kick us off and lead to Miranda?
Yeah, thank you. So this is going to be hoping to be an action item leading to a committee recommendation. In the broader, just for some quick broader context, our purpose today is very focused on an interim regulatory management measure change related to new emerging data that indicate that juvenile white sea bass the size limit is causing take of juvenile white sea bass. And so at the last meeting in March, the committee recommended just proposing an interim management action, specifically considering a size limit change. And that's why we're here today. The commission was supportive of doing an interim management change. In the broader context, this is under the umbrella of a formal white sea bass fishery management plan review. That existing fishery management plan was adopted by the commission 24 years ago in 2002. However, the commission has tracked it closely because each year there is an annual review conducted to identify any needed management changes or FMP changes. It was 2 years ago that the commission supported moving forward with prioritizing this. It had been long on the list. And so they supported referring it to the MRC and for the department to begin working on that topic. It was 2 years ago also that the department highlighted concern about this near-term management, that the recreational fishery size limit was too low, that female white sea bass may mature at a larger size than previously understood. So that's the purpose of this, recognizing that this as an interim measure could change once the FMP review is conducted, a new stock assessment is completed, and a management strategy evaluation is completed. Just a couple notes also. I know that there's been perspectives about any changes to the size limit. Just note that size limit has not changed since the 1970s. And when the 2002 fishery management plan was adopted, the FMP itself acknowledged that the size limit may be too small and recommended reviewing, conducting more data, gathering more information about maturity at length, and recommending that to update the regulation if warranted to a length that represented 50% of maturity. There are other ways to accomplish that, but I think it's important to recognize that that's already in the fishery management plan as a longstanding goal. So also, I think one thing that the department, just to reflect what the current regulations are, there are allowed 3 fish around the year, except for 3 months in the summer, which correspond with the spawning season, and that time it's a 1 fish bag limit, 28 inches. So setting that context, really appreciate Miranda Haggerty, environmental scientist with the Marine Region, who is present in La Jolla to give a presentation.
Thank you so much for that introduction and all the background information. First slide. Yeah. So, thank you. Can we get to the first slide, please? Here's an outline of the update we're going to be giving today. So we'll start with a review of the updated size at maturity study and results that were previously presented in detail at the Fish and Game Commission and past MRC. We'll provide updates on the multitude of stakeholder engagement opportunities that have been provided, review the white sea bass landings data, along with length composition of sampled catch from both commercial and recreational fleet. And finally, review next steps, including updating the FMP, stock assessment, MSE, and potential regulation changes. Next slide, please. White sea bass is designated a priority species by the Master Plan for Marine Life Management and is managed by California under one of the oldest FMPs that was adopted by the Fish and Game Commission in 2002. A formal stock assessment was last conducted in 2016 by Juan Valero of the Center for Advanced Population Assessment Methodology and Lynn Waterhouse of Scripps Institute of Oceanography. The Peer Institute of Environmental Research, or PEER, provided a preliminary size at 50% maturity, or L50, of 34 inches for use in that stock assessment. And that's interesting to note that it's just 1 inch less than the current updated study. The stock assessment was estimated at around 27% of the unfished biomass. It showed that the spawning stock biomass declined after a peak in the early 2000s. Peer review of the stock assessment identified the importance of updating the size at maturity estimates from the very small sample size conducted by Francis Clark in 1930, and this instigated peers' continued collections and a collaboration with the department that resulted in the updated study that we are presenting today. Size at maturity is an important biological parameter in the stock assessment as it is used to calculate things like fecundity and spawning stock biomass. Next slide, please. Detailed results of the updated size at maturity were presented to the Fish and Game Commission in December 2024 during the White Seabass FMP annual review process, and a summary was also shown at the MRC in March of this year. As a reminder, results of the study, which have been peer reviewed and accepted for publication in the CDF Global Journal, indicate that white sea bass mature at a size larger than previously understood, which is not allowing females the opportunity to reproduce at least once before being available to the fishery based on the current minimum size limit. The graph shows the maturity curve for female white sea bass sampled from both Northern and Southern California. On the bottom shows the probability of maturity on the x-axis and the y 50% maturity indicated by the green line to approximately 35 inches. Purple lines above and below show L5 and L95, which is that 5 and 95% maturity. The blue dots are each fish, jittered or spread out on the graph, so all points can be seen despite overlapping measurements, and the red line indicates that current minimum size limit of 28 inches. So new biological information is a point of concern in the white sea bass FMP, as it is now known that white sea bass mature at a much larger size, 7 inches larger, than the minimum size limit that was selected after the study by Francis Clark in 1930. These results confirm that the current minimum size limit is allowing for immature females to be harvested. Next slide, please. MLMA does not require a fixed minimum size limit at the size where 50% of the population is mature, or L50. However, it strongly supports and expects the use of maturity data, including L50 or similar thresholds, as part of a science-based sustainable fisheries management. Other factors that influence minimum size limits include factors like gear selectivity, discard mortality rates, and the fishery encounters many small fish. Better conservation outcomes may be achieved with a non-restrictive minimum size limit in combination with the bag limit. Additionally, engaging the public in management, research, and decision-making is an essential tenet of MLMA. Next slide, please. So in addition to presenting to the public through the commission process, 3 public stakeholder meetings have been hosted by the department to share the updated size and maturity results and discuss potential regulation change proposals and their impacts to the commercial and recreational sectors. Updates to the white sea bass fishery management plan and a process for conducting a management strategy evaluation to evaluate how different management approaches might perform under a range of environmental and harvest scenarios. Conversations with recreational constituents focused on potential regulatory options to help protect the white sea bass stock by increasing spawning opportunities while minimizing impacts on the fishing industry. In addition to these webinars, the department has continued ongoing dialogue with stakeholders, gathering feedback on a range of options, including adjustments to minimum size limits or bag limits, including changes to seasonality. We also looked for input on alternative approaches to protect the white sea bass stock. We heard concerns that regulatory changes could present economic impacts for the recreational industry, and we also heard strong support in working together to maintain a healthy white sea bass population and thriving fishery. We heard concerns that a stock assessment update and improved information on the discard mortality of white sea bass could influence the need to revise the current minimum size limit. The department remains committed to maintaining these open lines of communication with active engagement through meetings, phone calls, and emails. Next slide, please. So to achieve the goal of sustainability under MLMA, the department is tasked with managing fisheries based on the maximum sustainable yield, or MSY. SPR, or spawning potential ratio, is basically the proportion of the spawning potential a fish population can achieve relative to an unfished population. It is often used as a proxy for MSY, and it is one of the most common metrics used to set management targets and overfishing limits. In most fisheries, managers try to estimate SPR that would produce the MSY based on species life history. Then we set the management target a bit higher than that to be precautionary. White sea bass does not yet have a target SPR, but to give a sense of scale, California halibut used a target of 25% of unfished biomass and considered 12.5 to be overfished. On the federal side, PFMC typically uses 30% as an SPR proxy for MSY and flatfish, and many West Coast groundfish stocks uses 50% as a target. So for white sea bass, we'd expect the appropriate target to fall somewhere between those, roughly in the 30 to 50% range, represented in the colors on either side of the black line on this plot. If we assume white sea bass relative fishing mortality to be where it was in 2016 assessment, around 1.3 in 2015, then fishing at the current minimum size limit, shown by the black point, we're somewhere in that 20 to 30% SPR range. That's below where we'd ideally want to be and means the fishery is likely less productive and sustainable than it could be. The department has identified an increase to the minimum size limit for white sea bass or a decrease in the back limit that would allow for the population to move closer to that 30 to 50% SPR, a range that is likely to be more sustainable for white sea bass. Next slide, please. I will now switch gears to provide an overview of the white sea bass fishery. This graph shows white sea bass landings from each sector from 1994 to 2025. It's important to note that after Prop 132 that went into effect in 1994, which banned gill netting in all nearshore waters, it was a possible explanation for the rebound in the population and that rapid rise in the 2000s. The FMP established an optimum yield for an estimated fishery harvest that can be sustainably managed of 1.2 million pounds, and landings have not exceeded that point of concern. Last year's catch was 20% of that optimum yield. Average percent landings fluctuate annually. On average, commercial landings, which is mainly set gill nets, comprise 64% of total white sea bass catch, and recreational, which is predominantly from CPFBs, is 36%. Looking at the landings specifically by gear type or fleet from the past 5 years, colors on the graph, from 2021 to 2025, we can see CPFB, 30%, other rec, which includes the private boaters and spearfishers, 12%, set gill net, 42%, drift gill net, which is in the process of being phased out, is 2%, commercial hook and line, 11%, and trawl, 2%. Next slide, please. The minimum size limit regulation change would have varying impacts on both the commercial and recreational sectors, including reduced opportunities and potential reduced revenue. The department conducts dockside sampling and has measured fish opportunistically from both recreational and commercial sectors since 2008. Additionally, Hub's SeaWorld Research Institute provides catch length composition data from both sectors from anglers donating white sea bass heads as part of ORHAP, which are converted into total length measurements. These figures are showing the length frequency of all available sampled white sea bass from the department and Hubs from the past 5 years, 2021 to 2025. And the commercial sampling efforts are primarily comprised of the set gill net fleet, noting that catch composition from the commercial hook and line sector is not well understood. So the x-axis is the total length of the measured fish in inches. The y shows the percent frequency of each size class. There's a line at L5, L50, and L95, illustrating the proportion of the catch that would be sized at each percent maturity and corresponding potential minimum size limits. Based on the current measured commercial catch from the past 5 years, 11% of measured white sea bass are under 38 inches or 95% maturity. 2.5% is less than that, 35 inches, and just 0.5% is under 32 inches or 5% maturity. These proportions vary annually and may have varying impacts depending on the gear type. Looking at the recreational sector on the right from the past 5 years, 37% of white sea bass are under 38 inches or 95% maturity, 16% is under 35 inches, and 5% is under 32 inches or that 5% maturity threshold. This catch also varies through time and may differ on fishing mode, which we'll take a closer look at now. Next slide, please. The figure on the right shows the size proportion of the white sea bass recreational catch from 2004 to 2025 in 5 size bins. So less than 28 inches is in yellow at the bottom, 28 to 31 inches in light green, 32 to 34 inches in dark green, and 35 to 37 inches in blue on the top at over 38 or more inches in purple. This data used to make this figure is from RecFin, samples measured by Cedar staff, as well as white sea bass from CPFB measured by hubs. So it's this CPFB samples only on that one. You can see that there's annual size variability of the white sea bass catch from the entire recreational fleet. 2020 is not an accurate representation due to the restricted COVID sampling procedures. We analyzed how different size limits would have reduced the amount of catch for the CPFB and private boat fleets based on annual catches for the past 5 years. For the private boat fleet, a size limit of 32 inches would have reduced the catch by 15% for these 5 years, 27% for a size limit of 35 inches, and 39% for a size limit of 38 inches. For the CPFB fleet, a size limit of 32 inches would have reduced the catch by 4%, 15% for a size limit of 35 inches, and 37% for a size limit of 38 inches. We included the ranges for these size limits to show that a change in the size limit will have differing impacts on the number of fish that the fleets will have to release on an annual basis if the minimum size limit is increased. These data suggest a size limit change of 32 or 35 inches would have a larger reduction in catch for the private boat fleet compared to CPFB. A 38-inch size limit would reduce catch for both fleets similarly. Next slide, please. So returning to the relationships between size at maturity estimation and fishery regulations, meeting with stakeholders revealed concerns that high white sea bass discard mortality might offset conservation gains obtained by a more restrictive minimum size limit, or even have a detrimental effect on the population. 2 existing studies conducted by McNamara et al. And Albers et al. Evaluated post-release mortality for hook and line captured white sea bass. Results of these studies indicate there's no significant difference in mortality of lip-hooked fish at the current minimum size limit, 28 inches, versus fish that measure 35 inches or 50% mature. Thus, an increase in the minimum size limit to allow for 50% females to spawn at least once wouldn't result in a higher rate of mortality for discarded fish. But however, recognizing these studies may not replicate CPFB fishing behavior or account for marine mammal predation on discards. The department would like to collaborate with industry to develop best management practices for releasing white sea bass and potentially develop a research study to assess discard mortality on board CPFBs. Despite these caveats and opportunities for ongoing research, the department believes that the best available science shows limited evidence to suggest an increased minimum size limit would result in a sufficient increase in discard mortality, offsetting conservation benefits achieved through a more restrictive minimum size limit, or leading to adverse impacts on the population overall. Next slide, please. The department continues to consider several regulatory options to support the long-term sustainability of the white sea bass stock that will be evaluated through an update to the white sea bass stock assessment, a management strategy evaluation, and an update to the white sea bass fishery management plan. In the immediate term, the department would like to recommend an amendment to the minimum size limit to protect sexually immature fish from being captured before having an opportunity to reproduce. Protecting sexually immature fish is important to ensuring the stock is able to replace itself, resisting both fishing pressure and variability in the environment. For the committee's consideration, we are proposing an increase to the recreational minimum size limit between 32 to 38 inches to allow more fish to reach reproductive maturity, with the department's recommendation for 35 inches or 50% maturity. The graph on the left shows the length distribution by maturity status of female white sea bass from the updated maturity study that's in press. Blue bars show immature fish and orange bars are the counts of mature fish stacked within each bin. The red dashed line indicates the current 28-inch minimum size limit, and the black line shows the percent maturity previously shown, with 5% at 32 inches, 50% at 35, and 95% at 38 inches. All potential minimum size limit regulations that would provide the spawning stock increased levels of protection. The department wants to express our deep appreciation for all the white sea bass stewards and stakeholders who participated in recent meetings. We want to acknowledge that we were not able to come to consensus with the recreational fishing community on the preferred regulatory proposal. So the department is presenting additional options for the committee's consideration. The second regulatory option is to lower fishing mortality through reduction in the white sea bass recreational bag limit. The table on the right shows the estimated percent savings in the harvest for the current minimum size limit, 28 inches. So 28-inch white sea bass under the two proposed annual bag limits, 1 and 2 fish, looking back at existing catches through 21 through 2025 for each year, the table shows how much harvest would have been reduced under each bag limit scenario. The 1 fish bag limit results in higher savings each year, ranging from 26 to 37%, while the 2 fish bag limit results in lower savings, 10 to 15%. This illustrates how stricter bag limits lead to greater reductions in harvest pressure on the stock. You can see reducing to a 1 fish bag limit provides comparable savings to a 35-inch minimum size limit. Additionally, extending the 1 fish bag limit season could result in savings between these ranges while still providing fishing opportunities. Finally, the department is presenting a third option of potentially combining a reduced bag limit with a change in the minimum size limit. This option is very difficult to model without the use of a management strategy evaluation, but could be expected to have some impact. The department's recommendation is to only consider these proposed regulatory options for the recreational fishing sector. Fish and Game Code specifies the minimum commercial size limit of not less than 20 inches in length, and the department's priority to address that section of code by making it inoperative during the fishery management plan amendment process to bring the commercial and recreational sectors consistent with each other. While a potential minimum size limit would not apply to the commercial sector, I want to remind everyone that greater than 89% of the commercial catch from the commercial gillnet fishery is above 38 inches based on the sampled landings from the past 5 years. Next slide, please. The table presented here shows the related fillet length to the minimum size limit regulatory options. These fillet lengths were calculated based on a conversion factor from the current minimum size limit and the fillet length regulation. The department would be interested in collaborating with the recreational industry to design an in situ study, like we did with California Sheephead, to complete a regression analysis and develop an updated, more accurate fillet length measurement for a legal size white sea bass. Next slide, please. Based on the previous white sea bass stock assessment, we know the spawning biomass has been in decline to an estimated 27% of spawning biomass relative to what is expected under no fishing conditions. And we know catching sexually immature fish is impacting the population by not allowing for natural recruitment. The department recommends in the immediate term an update to the minimum size limit to 35 inches and the fillet length of 23.5 inches for the recreational fishery to protect sexually immature fish from being captured before an opportunity to reproduce. In the longer term, the department is taking efforts to update the 2016 white sea bass stock assessment and recognizing that it's been over 20 years since the white sea bass FMP was adopted, and we have new tools and data available. The department proposes to work with stakeholders to initiate a review of the FMP management framework. We also look forward to developing and promulgating best practices for this fishery in collaboration with recreational stakeholders. This figure shows the proposed timeline for the broader management efforts for white sea bass. The blue arrow at the top indicates where we are today at the MRC. The yellow stars represent stakeholder engagement meetings we already hosted to discuss potential regulatory and near change management efforts. You can see how a potential regulation change aligns with broader management processes, including completion of a stock assessment, management strategy evaluation, and FMP updates starting this year through 2030. Next slide, please. The department continues to discuss management improvements to the white sea bass resource with all interested stakeholders and will begin efforts to form the advisory body that will help the development of the updated stock assessment, management strategy evaluation, and amendment to the FMP. We welcome stakeholders to share their interest in potentially participating on the advisory body, as well as recommendations from the MRC on the design of the panel. For today's proposed rulemaking, the department recommends the notice hearing in October, followed by discussion at Commission in December, and adoption of the regulation is anticipated at the February 2027 meeting, with changes aiming to become effective by June 15th, 2027. Last slide, please. Okay, thank you so much for your time, and I'm happy to take questions.
Great, thank you very much. First, I'd like to check who in the room wants to speak on this topic. Come on up if you're gonna want to speak in this one. Okay, so nobody else in the room wants to speak in this. Samantha, can you check and see how many people in your room want to speak on it?
Yeah, can you raise your hands? Hi, okay, I see 4 people here, Eric.
Okay, great. And if you're online and you need to raise your hand, I see 4 people raising their hands.
And another
Please do that
hand.
now.
No, just, oh, 5, okay, 5 people here, Eric.
Okay, we'll let you go,
And
everybody, please.
If for folks who are on the phone online, if you need to raise your hand, please press *9.
Great, thank you, Melissa. I'd like everybody, to be as concise as you can. Again, we have a lot today and we have a very short time to get it completed. So please go ahead, Caitlin.
I'm sorry, Co-Chair Sklar. Can I ask a question though of Miranda before we go to comments? Is that okay?
I'd really like to go to comment and then can we ask questions afterwards?
It's a clarifying question that I think might be important before we go to comment. Yeah, so thank you so much for that presentation. The stated goal, as I understood it, is to allow more females to reach sexual maturity before they are subject to harvest. A bag limit isn't going to address that stated goal. So why is that? And I was surprised to see that potential alternative measure being offered, because as I understood it, the recommendation was raise the size limit to 35 inches to address that stated goal. So why is that bag limit in there as even a potential measure?
So, yeah, our recommendation is the 35 inches, right? But having all these conversations with stakeholders and looking at other options that would potentially benefit the white sea bass stock. One of the big concerns of raising the size limit, right, is this potential of discard mortality. And so if reducing a bag limit so that would prevent, there's so many different factors, and I think Craig maybe wants to say.
Well, no, I think if we can put the slide back up, the SPR slide, that'll help answer the question that we have. If we use this model and we're focusing on SPR, we have basically two different tools in the toolbox to move. Let's see here. That you could keep going back. One more. That one.
There we go.
Yeah. So we're the rainbow one, please. There we go. That's
Yeah, I don't think staff don't necessarily know what SPR means, Craig.
The rainbow slide. So the black dot, and we want to get over to that blue line. We have 2 ways to get there. We can either move up by changing the size limit, or we can move left by reducing fishing mortality. So changing the size limit will move us up. Reducing fishing mortality could be a bag limit change to move that over.
Okay, thanks, Eric. We can go to comment.
Please go ahead, Caitlin.
Hi, Caitlin Birch with Oceana. Thanks, Miranda, for the presentation. And thank you to the department for all the stakeholder meetings over the last few months and for the recommendation today. The new biological information on white sea bass is straightforward. It indicates that the current size limit is not aligned with white sea bass reproductive biology, and our management needs to be updated to protect the long-term health of that stock. So it's critical to update the management based on best available science, and we have that science now. And the department's recommendation of increasing the size limit to 35 inches addresses that. So we support the 35-inch size limit change and support the proposed timeline and broader management review. We do not think a bag limit change would address the new available science and reproductive biology of white sea bass, which is the goal. So we asked the MRC today to move forward with the department's recommendation and broader management plan as laid out.
Thank you, Tomando Lois with Azul. Just want to echo Caitlin's comments. We also support the minimum size limit to 35 inches, and we don't see the bag limit as a fair substitute for that.
Okay, terrific. Thank you. Samantha, you want to call people on your room, please?
Sure. Katie, do you want to go first? We'll just go around the table.
Katie O'Donnell, Senior Conservation Manager at Wild Coast, commenting today. Thank you, Miranda, for the presentation and for materials that the department's been sharing through the White Bass Working Group. I specifically want to express support for CDFW's recommendation to increase the minimum size limit to 35 inches, and also have concerns about a substitute kind of management tool. But I think, in addition to, but I want to make sure I've asked the MRC to please consider a size limit as the priority avenue for that management action. Yeah. So, thank you.
Oh, sure. Merritt.
Yes, I'm Merritt McRae from the Sport Fishing Association of California, and we provided a written comment. And I hope you all had a chance to take a look at it. And so I'm here primarily to answer questions with respect to it, if there are any. First, I would like to thank the department for their outreach. They did a phenomenal job. Staff did outreaching to constituents within the recreational fishery. Beyond those meetings, there were a lot of individual calls. So there was no shortage of outreach to the fishing community. Our primary objective here turns out to be simply hoping that you, as a commission, ultimately choose a regulatory change as an interim measure that will not discourage people from coming out fishing any more than they already are. We are already subject to, well, I would suppose the 2 fish minimum sub-bag limit on vermilion rockfish has been one of the most painful that came out of the federal process. One thing that our comment did not reflect, and you know how it is, where sometimes things seem obvious to you, but just are never really said because they're so obvious. It says white sea bass tend to be one of the most fragile fish that we land. Those in barracuda seem to die the most easily. So that's why the recreational fishery is so much concerned with not really knowing what post-release, well, survivorship would be to call it post-release mortality, but in the opposite term. But that is the primary concern here. And Miranda's presentation was really straight down the middle with respect to what was the information that was provided. The one thing I would mention, though, one of the reasons we weren't able to come to consensus around a particular option was the numbers that we were presented with were not the same. It looked like a 35-inch minimum size limit would result in us returning about 35% of what is caught in the CPFV fleet right off the top, which would have been extremely painful, especially if there was really obvious post-release mortality going on. And then I think that covers it. I think I covered my 4 points. Thank you.
Thanks. Donna.
Hi, everyone. I'm Donna Kalez. I'm also a vice president of the Sport Fishing Association of California. And I'm also the owner of Danor Sport Fishing and Whale Watching. I would agree with Merritt's statements, but because of where I'm located in Dana Point, we primarily see white sea bass only locally, like shore-based anglers, and then our half-day fleet, unless we're fishing out the island. So when I look at this, it's very concerning because a 28-inch white sea bass is it's not attainable. Like we might catch, I was looking through our data, like you're talking 2 a year for us inshore, and maybe, it doesn't really matter to us. But when we do catch a 28, I mean, it's 28 inches, it's 28.5 inches. So right there, that's taking away access for our half-day people that go on boats hoping to catch a white sea bass. They do see a short white sea bass. So I'm just worried about any access or any change that might affect them. And it is concerning. So that's what I would say about that.
Yes.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Tony Bangos, Coastal Conservation Association, California. Again, it's so good to see and kind of weird to see everybody here in person. But really nice.
It's like Sacramento.
Yeah. Yes, and more local to us, so we don't have to drive, which is great. Drive far. But I firstly want to thank the department. You guys have been very transparent with us through this process, and this is exactly the type of conversations that as stakeholders we want to see. We want to be able to provide our feedback and our perception and our own experiences from captains to people in the fleet to stakeholders across the board. So I just want to say thank you, and I hope conversations like this continue. I just very broadly just want to say, as far as we're concerned, any regulatory action should not discourage people from going fishing. And it should have a clear, some positive, benefit to the fishery. We do have concerns over the sequencing of the regulations and whether the stock assessment is going to lag behind that. We worry about some of the unintended consequences that could happen. We want to be responsive to new information and want to support these changes to the fishery. I do want to note that in some of our conversations, compared to the three proposals that you had in your slides, they did vary a little different. So we would definitely be open to more conversations and would be open to a more formal working group going forward in the future. Thanks.
Great. Was there someone else in the room? Oh, yeah, Anupa.
Hi, Anupa Asokan with Fish On. Sorry, I needed a moment. I had comments prepared and then I was a little thrown off by the presentation. I mean, like respectfully, Merritt, I disagree. I think we know, and now there's data from the commission's survey on stakeholders that like, we're not doing a good job here reaching all people. And the people that are going to be in the fishing community and the people that are going to be impacted by these decisions. And so I just need to raise that. I was really excited to see a very clear science-based recommendation. The science is clear, obvious, and actionable, and it's an easy interim measure to take. And I also see it, and I think many that I've talked to in the fishing community and our fishing community, recognize that there might be short-term economic impacts, but this is like a long-term investment in the fishery. Like there will be more fish at the end of the day if the fish that are there are actually reproducing before we're catching them. That feels so common sense to me. So I want to support what I think is the clear recommendation of that size limit increase. There are clear issues also with the fishery management plan, so I'm really excited for that to get updated, stock assessments to be done, so we have more actionable things to consider going forward. Another suggestion or request that I want to make is that in the vein of operationalizing environmental justice, which is in the commission's EJ policy, I think similar to how an economic impact statement is included in every proposed regulatory action in your materials, I would like to see an environmental justice statement or analysis done for all of these decisions going forward. So thank you.
And that's it for us in the room, Eric.
Thank you, Commissioner Ray. Okay, we're going online. First, Casper, please unmute yourself.
All right,
There you go.
there we go. Okay, cool.
Yeah, go ahead,
What
please.
is there a time limit or no?
We need just ask you to be concise, please.
Okay, sounds good. Sounds good. Okay. Hey, this is Casper Kazazian from California Surf Fishing, representing the interests of shore fishermen. I agree with a couple of the statements before that outreach towards shore fishermen could be better, considering that according to CRFS, we're about 50% of the fishing effort. We support the science behind this proposal and look forward to higher numbers of white sea bass from shore if it is implemented. From shore, illegal sea bass is the ultimate unicorn goal, since sea bass caught from shore are much smaller than sea bass caught with other methods. Legal sea bass is the ultimate hope for the shore fishermen. Like I said, shore fishing accounts, according to CRFS, huge 50% of the fishing effort at only 1% or less of the legal sea bass caught in California. And that is with the existing 28-inch size limit. I'm plugged into the shore fishing community and see social media posts when legal sea bass are caught from shore. I see maybe only 30 legal white sea bass caught from shore per year by all shore fishermen in all of California. That's at the 28-inch size. We boost it to 35 inches. I'll see 1 or 2 per year in all of California caught at the 35 inches. I personally have never caught a white sea bass bigger than 35 inches from shore, even though I fish for halibut and sea bass all the time. The legals we catch tend to be between 28 and 30 inches, and I only catch about 2 legal white sea bass from shore per year, even though I'm out there several days a week. We support this proposal, but if it applies to shore fishermen as well, we effectively lose the hope of catching legal sea bass from shore, at least for a few years until populations, hopefully recover according to it, right? To not alienate shore fishermen, the largest fishing user group in California, we ask that you consider giving us something in exchange if you take away the hope of legal sea bass from shore. Maybe allowing general catch and release shore fishing at SMCAs to provide another minimally destructive recreational opportunity. So yeah, sea bass fishing from shore is very different. And we are, probably going to get lumped in, shore fishermen, in regulations with others, but I want you guys to be aware of that. We support higher sea bass populations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anna, please.
Good morning, President Sklar and Commissioner Murray. My name is Anna Basius, and I'm a legal and policy intern with the Environmental Action Committee of West Marin, or EAC. We are committed to the protection of California's biodiversity and encouraging sustainable fisheries practices, and we'd like to second the comments of our colleagues at Fish On before us. We'd like to encourage the use of the best and most recently available science in fisheries management. This restriction on harvest size ultimately results in more sustainable fishing practices in the long term, ensuring the natural recovery of the population in time for the next reproductive cycle. Overall, sustainable harvest practices protect marine biodiversity, guarantee a vital food supply, and support the economic livelihoods of coastal communities and the broader seafood industry. We support the department's proposed timeline and broader management review process, as well as the size limit as a direct response to the biological concern identified by the department, as opposed to the bag limit, which is not an adequate substitute management tool. We hope that with the support of the Marine Resources Committee, management of the white sea bass population continues to reflect the best available science and support the long-term sustainability of the fishery. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is
Jason Johns.
Thank you.
Jason Johns.
Jason Johns, please go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Jason Johns. I'm a volunteer board member with All Waters. All Waters, as many of you know, is a small nonprofit that advocates for sustainable fishing access. A lot of times you hear about our opposition to initiatives that limit fishing access, like many of the proposed MPA expansions. Importantly, though, you've also heard our support for effectively limiting fishing access in some cases, such as the sand bass bag limit reduction, shark fishing gear restrictions, and today the interim increase for size limit for white sea bass. And our arguments on both sides of the coin are based on the best available science, department analyses, and just what we know intuitively from our collective decades of time swimming around in this ecosystem. Biological data is...
You didn't go to rollbacks? What do you mean?
Oh, sorry. I didn't see that you were coming. Sorry.
Yes,
biological data is often messy, but in this case, it couldn't be much clearer. The vast majority of female sea bass under 35 are sexually immature, thus justifying this quick and direct action, quote, from the commission to, quote, address a resource conservation issue for the FMP. We also recently learned that this 28-inch size limit was implemented in 1931 after a study involving about 35 fish. Along with a small sample here, it stands to reason, and this is just pure conjecture, that given the especially high pressure the fishery was getting at the time, that fish may have even been maturing younger than they do today, like what we see with sheephead. All Waters is committed to science-based conservation, even when the data tells us to take less of one of our most sought-after species. So we encourage the department and the commission to seek the best data possible for this upcoming stock assessment via meaningful collaboration with fishers, the people who know where the fish are, what factors may conflate fluctuations in catch data beyond the true population sizes, etc. And we look forward to further discussions on how to best collaborate and responsibly manage this iconic fishery. Thank you.
Thank you. Jamie Diamond, please.
Good morning, commissioners and staff. Jamie Diamond, Stardust Sport Fishing. So I want to say that I appreciate all the different opportunities for outreach by the department. And during those multiple opportunities and conversations that were happening, I know that the people that were able to participate asked for multiple, they were asked for their input and ideas. And I know that multiple things were asked, requests were put in for different modeling different bags and sizes and how these different things would change different times of year, things like that. But none of that came back. And so on process, I think there was just a lot of frustration from folks that they put in this time and effort to participate. They were asked to give requests for different things to be modeled. They did. And then we never got that back. We never got results on those. And so when it was put back kind of at the last meeting that happened, that it was going to be this 35 inches and that's it, it was very jarring to folks. And that made folks, at least, especially in my area up here in the Channel Islands, that does, according to some of those tables, have a high percentage of the catch. That just was really kind of frustrating and upsetting because it's going to impact them the most up here. And so I think we could have done the royal we could have done a little bit better there, to say, instead of just dismissing as if that won't do anything, like at least showing why. And I get that that's part of this. What you're showing now kind of shows that, but it does. On the other hand, it doesn't show what those specific asks would have done, and if they would have moved the needle and how much. And so I appreciate the time that was spent, but I also just want to point out that we were asked to bring in ideas to be modeled, and that never really happened. And so there's frustration, and when that kind of happens, people freeze and don't really want to, they have a hesitancy to come back to the table. I have heard from a lot of the shore fishermen in my area, and although as somebody else mentioned, like white sea bass, legal white sea bass, aren't as often caught from shore. They are from time to time, and this would pretty much eliminate that. But recognizing that not every fish lives everywhere, but it is frustrating because it is that loss of perceived opportunity across the board for a lot of people, whether they're boat based, kayak based, or shore based. And so I'm not offering support for any one item. I'm just trying to put out there a viewpoint of those in my sector, in my area, as well as other users in the area that have talked to me about their concerns about this and their loss of opportunity, or at least perceived loss. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. Bradley, please. Bradley, unmute yourself. Yep, there you go.
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
You can. Go ahead, please.
Hi. Hi, everybody. My name is Bradley Pierman. I'm a recreational freedive spearfisher from the Central Coast. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today about this. I'm speaking only on my behalf, although I'm part of a larger community of Central Coast spearfishers at Santa Barbara Freedivers. We consider ourselves stewards of the local waters. I support managing fisheries by following the best available science, and I agree that a new white sea bass stock assessment is needed. In my own experience, we're seeing more white sea bass than we've seen in recent years. On at least half of my shore dives this year, we've encountered schools of juvenile and just under legal white sea bass in shallow water. In the last 2 years, I've been able to harvest white sea bass, and I joke with my friends that if I'm able to get them, then that means there's a sizable amount of fish out there right now. I understand that these personal observations are not a substitute for a formal stock assessment. However, they do suggest that conditions may be changing and reinforce the need for current data. So I agree with that. In the middle of the MPA petition process, it's not always easy for recreational fishers to avoid a knee-jerk reaction to additional regulation. Even so, I strongly believe the scientists involved here are working to protect the fishery, and I'm open to increasing the minimum size to 35 inches if the science supports it. My main request is that recreational fishers, including freedive spearfishers, be included in the stock assessment and monitoring that follows. We observe fish underwater, including fish that are never harvested, and many of us collect photographs, video, and measurements of other observations that could be useful to the department. Anybody who's going down on scuba may not see those white sea bass, but because we're holding our breath and we're pretty stealthy underwater, we're seeing a lot more of them. With clear standards and a practical reporting process, recreational fishers could provide structured information that supplements formal scientific surveys and expands the department's observational reach. I asked the committee and the department to work with recreational fishing groups and freedive spearfishers to establish how this information can be collected and submitted. We're not asking to be excluded from science-based management. We are asking for an opportunity to participate in the science and help protect the fishery and keep it more sustainable for those of us that are harvesting food from the ocean. Thank you to everybody who's worked hard on gathering the scientific information for this. Thanks to the Marine Resources Committee and everybody for putting their time in on this. Thank you, guys.
Ryan, go ahead, please.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
All right. Good morning, and thank you to the board members for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Brian Swecky, and I am a member of the CCA Orange County chapter, your saltwater guide member, and a passionate recreational angler. I appreciate the effort to conserve our white sea bass fishery. However, I believe there is currently insufficient stock assessment data to justify increasing the minimum size limit, and it seems premature to move forward with such a significant regulatory change. I also want to address a point I made earlier regarding the sensitivity of white sea bass. Regardless of their size, white sea bass are particularly susceptible to post-release mortality due to handling stress. Because of this, increasing the minimum size limit does not necessarily translate into greater conservation benefits, as undersized fish that are released may still not survive. For these reasons, I encourage the board to rely on more robust scientific data before considering changes to the current size limit. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Wendy, please.
Good morning, commissioners and staff. Anglers on the water are seeing more white sea bass than ever across all size classes, yet we're discussing new restrictions without a current stock assessment like everyone else has pointed out. Maturity data is useful, but it's not a stock assessment. And I think we need to have the full view of everything. If you want to conserve the resource, please start with complete science without a predetermined outcome. If you want to conserve the public trust, consult the people you regulate, not just the organizations that you normally speak to, but like the pier fishermen, even, a lot of these guys on social media, they have no idea that this was going on until somebody like us posted about it. So I'm not seeing any information getting out there to the everyday anglers that are on social media. So in closing, please keep access for all recreational anglers. Thank you.
Thank you. That was the last speaker. Commissioner Murray, thoughts on this?
Yeah, I do have some thoughts. Okay, so yeah, the proposed recommendation as written in the materials, and as I understood the recommendation to be to date, the times we've talked about it, when we've spoken about it, is to change the recreational minimum size to 35 inches. The stated goal, as I understand it, is to allow more females to stay in the water, to reach sexual maturity before they're subject to harvest. Respectfully, crowdsourcing other ideas and workarounds and ways to not do the thing that we know will work to achieve this goal, it doesn't really make sense to me. So I'm disappointed, to be honest, to see that there are these measures related to changed bag limits, and that's even being proposed as one of the measures. I felt a bit blindsided by that. I was really inspired and relieved to have a clear, clean, science-based recommendation coming out of the department. 35 inches is right in that 50% SPR range. That seems correct. Post-release mortality is an issue anytime you're fishing and have a minimum size, right? I hear fishermen saying that the white sea bass are particularly fragile, but to me, that's not a reason not to ensure we're keeping sexually mature fish in the water. Additionally, we did hear, I think Casper mentioned, well, maybe we could think about catch and release from shore. I don't know why we would allow catch and release as an option if we're saying this fish is actually fragile and vulnerable. So that argument can't go both ways. It either is or it isn't. If we're having a problem getting white sea bass of size on the hook, it might be because we're not getting females a chance to reproduce and to spawn. And I think probably letting fish have a chance to reproduce could be good for the fishery and might actually over time result in more fish on the hook that are of size. The public trust does not actually mean, does the public trust us? that is important too, but that is not what the public trust means. The public trust is about these public trust resources, these natural resources that are held by the public. They belong to the public and the people. The government is just looking after them, taking care of them for us. And I do think that we should be looking at ways to operationalize our JEDI policy. The intention when we passed it was to apply it as a matter of course to decisions that we make, to recommendations that we make. So I do think getting in the habit of making a statement on that, not just to make the statement, but to get us into the habit of considering EJ implications every time we do make a recommendation. I think that's a good idea. So for me, Eric, I'm prepared to recommend, that we move forward with the 35-inch recommendation, but I'd love to hear what you have to say.
I think you said it more fully and better than I could. So I just echo everything you said. I think you're exactly right on it. So I support it as well, rather than repeat the same thoughts. So with that, I think we're both in favor of the motion, the first motion, which is to send the 35-inch limit to the full commission.
Second.
All right, done. Go ahead, Susan.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to note, I do want to acknowledge as we wrap this, that the management strategy evaluation that will proceed once there is an updated stock assessment does provide tools for more complex modeling to evaluate what protection would be. Not bag limit change that would reduce the take of legal fish plus some small immature fish, or mature fish and immature fish. But there are different ones. There are some similar species that have been managed with combinations in other regions, like red drum, who's a relative of white sea bass. But that needs to come through the management strategy evaluation. Remember, this is an interim measure, and it could change once the recommendations come out of the FMP and management review.
Great, thank you. Really good point. Thank you for that, Susan. Okay, on to number 3. Susan, will you kick us off on recreational shark? And again, if you want to speak on this item, you should, if you're not in one of the 2 rooms, please raise your hand.
Sure. Okay. This item today is also an action item and for a recommendation. The opportunity here is to review emergency regulations that were adopted in June by the Commission to further protect white sharks during environmental conditions that increase nearshore aggregations and increase the likelihood of human interaction with sharks while fishing. We're going to discuss the rationale, talk about possible next steps, and those include potential readoption of the temporary regulations that were adopted in June. That can happen for the course of a whole year, no more, or potentially the notice of a regular rulemaking that would go beyond that year, and any modifications to what was adopted in the emergency. The response by the public to the emergency action was much higher than it usually is. I don't think we've ever seen such a volume of comments in opposition and in support to the actions. Those are usually not made public because they're they go to Office of Administrative Law, but we did work, the department and we worked together to review those and put together, the department provided proposed responses. And so we did send that to OAL, and to support your awareness, we included the summary of comments and staff's responses to those comments in Exhibit 3 in your materials. And then some sample comments, about a dozen each, of those in support and those in opposition. And I do want to appreciate all of the detailed comments that people gave and suggestions for other measures to consider. So thank you.
Do we have a department presentation?
Yes, sir. Joining us by Zoom is John Ugaretz. He is the Environmental Program Manager for Pelagic Fisheries for the Marine Region, and he's joining us by Zoom.
Welcome, John.
Good morning, Commissioners. Just checking you can hear me?
We can. Go ahead, please, John. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead and go to the next slide. Good morning again. My name is John Ugaretz with the Department's Marine Region, and I'll be discussing the emergency regulations for fishing gear used to target white sharks. Next, actually stay on this side, sorry. The emergency regulations made two primary changes. Section 28.06 of Title 14 was amended to add specific prohibition on removing incidentally hooked white sharks from the water and requiring their immediate release. Section 28.65 was amended to add a prohibition on the use of wire lines or leaders and hooks greater than 1 1/2 inches in maximum interior measurement when angling from the shore, including beaches, banks, piers, jetties, breakwaters, docks, and other man-made structures, or within 1,000 yards of the mean high tide line. Next slide. As you recall, the Commission heard 5 public comments at your adoption hearing, all in favor of the proposed actions. And as Susan just mentioned, we received quite a number of additional comments, most sent to the Commission or OAL. The department before the OAL action was provided with 67 individual emails, including one signed by multiple researchers supporting the proposal. Many of those also recommended other restrictions with suggestions to restrict other gear and activities, including the use of any chum or live bait, further restricting hook sizes, prohibiting the use of Kevlar leaders, and limiting the line test allowed, but also prohibiting the use of gaffs on piers or prohibiting the use of drones to place bait offshore. While these recommendations might further protect white sharks, the department does not feel they are necessary to achieve the overall goals of the emergency regulations, and that these could significantly impact the ability to catch a wide variety of other species. Next slide. The department also was provided with 61 comments in opposition of the proposed changes. The general themes in these comments primarily surrounded potential impacts to fishing for legal shark species. Other concerns raised included that the hook size limit would force anglers to use smaller hooks, which would be more likely to be swallowed by fish, leading to gut hooking, or that the prohibition on wire leaders would lead to more fish breaking off and injuries to those fish from trailing monofilament leaders or the hooks and later harm the environment with monofilament in the ocean. Finally, comments stated that no public process occurred and that input from anglers was not sought prior to the Commission's adoption. Next slide. So just to go through some of the comments and the responses that the department has to those comments, regarding the take of mako and blue sharks, mako and blue sharks are very rarely taken from the shoreline or piers, and the impact of the emergency regulations on fishing for these species would be extremely low. While catches of these species do occur on piers occasionally, department sampling in the California Recreational Fishery Survey has not documented a single occurrence of either species in the last 20 years. Next slide. Thresher sharks are taken from piers in Southern California, though more commonly offshore from boats. While these sharks can be larger, their mouths and teeth are much smaller than similarly sized species, and they are regularly taken without wire leaders. Since adoption of the emergency regulation, catches of thresher sharks have occurred at piers in Southern California. Interviews with some anglers have indicated that the regulations do not change the way they fish for these sharks. Next slide. Smoothhound sharks, both brown and gray, have a maximum length of between 4 and 5 feet and are much smaller on average. These species can be readily landed without the use of wire leaders. Next slide. 7-gill, 6-gill, and prickly sharks are far less common and only taken by a very small number of anglers fishing from beaches and piers. While larger individuals would be unlikely to be successfully landed without wire leaders, the overall impact of eliminating this gear would not significantly change total statewide take. The majority of 7-gill shark recreational fishing occurs in San Francisco Bay, which was not part of the emergency rule. Prickly sharks are associated with colder, deeper water, and the geographic locations in which shore-based angling for that species is likely to occur is very limited. Additionally, there's no active fishery for this species, and catches are extremely rare. Next slide. Smaller leopard and soupfin sharks can and are taken using monofilament leader, and they regularly landed successfully without the use of wire or metallic leaders. Larger individuals will likely break a monofilament leader and may not be successfully landed. While this may reduce the total take of these species, the ability to catch them will not be eliminated. Next slide. Bat rays do not have sharp teeth like the shark species and can be readily landed with monofilament leaders, even at very large sizes. Next slide. This video demonstrates the ability to catch leopard and soupfin sharks without wire leaders. You'll see anglers fishing from paddleboards, the first one catching a leopard shark, and you see here the gear they're using, which is a thin monofilament leader and a small hook. And another angler here catching a soupfin shark and bringing it successfully to the board. Next slide. Hooks greater than 1.5 inches in maximum inside measurement are usually around the 10 to 11/0 J hook size and about the 14/0 circle hook size, though actual measurement varies between manufacturers and styles and is the reason we used a measurement rather than a hook size. Next slide. To give an example of what this is, on the left we have a 10/0 J hook and on the right a 14/0 circle hook, both measuring about 1.25 inches, so less than the legal limit in maximum inside diameter. Hooks greater than 1.5 inches in inside diameter are extremely large and not necessary to catch any legal shark species commonly found near California beaches. Next slide. Regarding comments related to smaller hook sizes leading to more gut hooking, as just noted, the size limitation allows for quite large hooks to be used. Only the largest hooks not necessary to take legal species are prohibited. Regardless, if gut hooked, there's a much higher chance of internal organ damage if the hook is attached to a wire leader that doesn't break. If attached to monofilament, a gut hook shark would much more likely break the line with its teeth and escape without injury. When properly mouth hooked, the shark's teeth are less likely to hit the line, allowing for capture. If, however, a monofilament leader breaks when fighting a shark, the line would most likely break between the hook and the edge of the mouth, leading to a very short trailing leader. If the leader breaks farther back and later becomes entangled on an object underwater, the line would be much more likely to break than wire line would, thus freeing the shark. Using wire leader, the entire wire leader would be present and would actually be more likely to cause damage if it becomes entangled. Scientific studies have documented that sharks and other marine finfish readily shed hooks after breaking free and recommended leaving sharks in the water and cutting the line rather than removing from the water to remove the hook. Next slide. The emergency regulations went into effect on July 6th. The department needs to determine the overall impact and efficacy of these regulations. We will continue to monitor feedback and examine whether the regulation is working as intended. We're seeking the MRC's advice on a timeline that could include readoption of the emergency regulations in October, when we will have more information on the regulation's efficacy. We could then go to notice again if needed in December for a full regulatory process that includes any necessary changes. One option we are considering, again, if it is actually needed, would be an exception that allows the use of smaller wire leaders, but that would need to both be defined and determined whether we could actually enforce that. And to do that is rather difficult. The ability to measure a leader using line test size or other methods is simply not something that the wardens in the field would have the ability to do. So we still need to have some discussions to determine if it's even possible to come up with a way to allow smaller wire leaders in the fishery. Next slide. With that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Great. Thank you very much, John. Appreciate it. Samantha, any questions for John?
I'm sorry, what was that, Eric?
Any questions for John?
I don't have any questions. No, that was very thorough. Thanks, John.
And Samantha, how many people do you have in the room that would like to speak on this?
How many people? One, 2, 3, 4 people, 4 people, 4 people.
Okay, great. Thank you, Samantha. Everybody in the room would like to speak on this, please come up now. Or just, please go ahead, Caitlin.
Hi, Caitlin Bird with Fishiana. Thank you for the presentation, John. We support these emergency white shark regulations. They're light touch, straightforward, and proactive. We appreciate the department bringing them forward. And we support it going forward to the October meeting to be considered to be extended if necessary. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Samantha, can you call the people in your room, please?
Yes. Chris, do you want to go first?
Sure. So yesterday.
It's Chris Voss.
Oh, sorry, Chris Voss, and not commercial fisherman in Santa Barbara, just a concerned fisher person. I picked up my grandson at Santa Claus Landing Carpinteria from a surf camp yesterday. And he told me, and so did his counselor, that there were 12 juveniles cited that day. And so far, there has never been a controversy or an attack on any of the kids that's surfing in Carpinteria. But that said, I'm wondering if there isn't this recognized hotspots throughout the state of California that we could kind of tag and then apply any specific regulations designed to protect juvenile white sharks where they're aggregating. Clearly at Carp Reef in Santa Barbara or below Santa Barbara, they aggregate. And so I'm sure there's a general awareness where their numbers are higher and they can be more easily incidentally taken from the shore or from piers. So just throwing out the idea that maybe there's a more spatially explicit way to address this challenge.
Great, thank you, Chris.
Next we have, yes.
I'm Roger Healy. I'm lifetime commercial fisherman, but I'm also a recreational fisherman. I've been involved in this since the onset of the discussions to have this. I've watched these great whites being caught off of our beaches locally and reported into the Fish and Wildlife, which they've been handcuffed by the ability of these loopholes to be able to have these guys target these great whites in our area. I've seen multiple mortalities of these great whites. And as a commercial fisherman and as a recreational fisherman, which also means I'm a conservationist, I care about the ecosystem. They're an apex predator. It needs to be there. The aggregations that we see now are bigger than they were 20 years ago when I watched Jaws and didn't get in the water for a whole summer. And it's a thing. Pelagic sharks, makos, blues, great whites, although the great whites are coming into our coastal areas, the juveniles shouldn't be targeted, I don't think, for recreational or commercial purposes. It's not realistic even to say that. Our coastal sharks, leopard sharks, soup fins and stuff like that can easily be caught on monofilament. I do it on a daily basis. I was recreational fishing there today with the gentleman to my left. We hooked 3 leopard sharks trying to catch white sea bass, landed all 3 leopard sharks on mono. With J hooks, if you use circle hooks, you'd be even more successful. I think it's a misnomer to say you need wire leader to catch the sharks that are in our inner coastal areas. And I completely support the department's fast action on actually making and implementing something that's beneficial, I think, to the ecosystem. And also think that John just basically caught all the things I was going to say in a very well put together presentation. And I support completely the actions the commission took, and thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Roger. Next, we have nobody else over on this side. Okay, yeah, Katie, you go.
Katie O'Donnell, Senior Ocean Conservation Manager at Wild Coast. So want to strongly support, just express that we had strongly supported this emergency action when it was proposed in June. And we wanted to thank the commission and the department for the commission for passing this emergency rules to improve the white shark protections and prevent harm to beachgoers. I hear Chris, I think adding data for hotspots would be beneficial, another layer for this. I do think though, I want to, part of the emergency action was put in place because of El Nino. And so also keep in mind that our aggregations do shift in California. So we see that in Aptos. We had some aggregations in Del Mar. Chris Lowe's lab didn't see those aggregations last year, but we could be seeing them again. So there are some aggregation spots that move. So we want to be mindful of that, making sure that we are being thorough in while we're thinking about the spatial data. But I love a good distribution map of sharks. So adding that in with that. And I also want to offer to just part of our concern too for like recreational communities and safety of beach users is there was a UC Davis had just published analysis of MPA watch data, which is in and around MPAs, and it does have some information about activity, like when activities happen, like during seasonal and also time of day for human activity as well. So that's another data set as well that you can consider as you're thinking about next steps. And then, yeah, just want to also add, you know, El Nino's probably will go into next year. And so we want to make sure that we're keeping that in mind as well as we have these seasonal changes for this. And I think I could and support this reevaluation and looking at what is going on in October. And then I also want to ensure that, you know, these actions, closing loopholes and trying to prevent the illegal targeting of protected white sharks. And if there's any enforcement kind of steps that we need to make sure that if this is in fact effective, I want to make sure that like we are taking the time to ensure that as well. And then lastly, you know, just really wanted to express gratitude for identifying this like problem, and proposing solutions for these important apex predators and for the coastal and nearshore communities. And we recognize the emergency status of this type of proposal, but in the future, we ask the department to include all communities, not just fishing interests, just as we are also the ones impacted by this. So really greatly appreciate this and looking forward to continuing this conversation of how we can address this and help sharks and communities. I think this has been really great conversations that have been happening. So I'm excited to keep on. Thank you.
Great. Anupa. Thank you. This is Anupa Asokan with Fish On. I feel like I just need to say out loud and address, I think a lot of the opposition to the emergency rule is under this false idea that this is part of some bigger plot to end shark fishing altogether. And that's very much not the case. From my understanding, there's a very hole that creates an enforcement challenge for people flouting the laws and targeting protected species. And this was the opportunity to close that loophole. There was outreach. I know it was a short time, so stakeholder outreach becomes limited. But I do appreciate CDFW reached out to me, other folks that I know that run other organizations, and we had the opportunity to take it back to our communities and get as much input to minimize the impacts on other kinds of fishing as possible. And I think some of that is reflected in what the ultimate rule was. Now that it's on the table, I think there's an opportunity to maybe take more of that feedback if needed. And I'm curious to know how it's working or not working from an enforcement perspective as well. What else was I gonna say? Oh, and I guess I'll just add to that point, like I spent a lot of time going down to the piers in the time that we had, and there was overwhelming support. Most anglers that I talked to said that these changes wouldn't impact them and they're not impacting them. So support thinking about how we can make sure that this loophole continues to stay closed and that enforcement has actionable things that they can cite people for, you know, flouting costs. So thanks.
Okay, Commissioner President Sklar, we don't have anyone else in the room, but I do want to just, since we do have AC Cord here, just want to see if there's anything you want to add, Eric, before we move on to the next batch of speakers.
Well, to answer Anupa's question, the current emergency regs that we have in place, they're enforceable. I don't think we've issued any citations yet for it that I know of. I know we're more at a sort of an education point when there's discretion there, but no tickets yet that I know of. There are, you know, challenging loopholes with the fishing game code 5517. This certainly addresses those that might be targeting white shark. And then to the point about steel leaders and an option for thickness, what John was referring to is if we're going to try to enforce the thickness of the steel leader, that would require, you know, officers carrying calipers, and we're talking thousandths of an inch, and having those calipers, you know, certified. It would be a bit more of a challenge. The length of the leader is more enforceable. Obviously, it's just requires some tape measure, but the thickness would be a challenge.
Very good, super helpful. And then anything that you want to say, Eric, on the, this idea of like spatial, hotspots and anything on the enforcement side of what the implications of that, if we were to identify hotspots where we potentially enforce differently?
I mean, I would probably refer that to Craig if that's true. I mean, if there was, I think they travel quite a bit, but I think.
Okay, Commissioner Murray?
Yes?
Yeah, John, you
Yeah.
take it, go for it.
Yeah,
please.
thank you. Yeah. Eric's comment, they're a highly migratory species, by nature. But important, they do aggregate in hotspots, but documented evidence from, in particular, Dr. Chris Lowe's lab shows that those hotspots come and go and move through time. Importantly, in an El Nino situation, we tend to see them shift. And then also very importantly, from the enforcement perspective and the illegal take perspective, we are seeing illegal catches throughout Southern California in a whole variety of locations, including areas that are not hotspots. And so, yes, those sharks are moving around. They are available to fishing from a whole variety of locations. And I really don't think this is a single or multiple location issue. It is an issue that is across really California up through the Monterey Bay area.
And I'll just add that, there's two components to this emergency rule. One is the loophole of the illegal targeting of white shark, and then also the human wildlife conflict piece that could occur with other shark species in crowded waters with very heavy tackle that could really create a health and safety issue.
Perfect, very helpful. That's it for us, Commissioner.
Great, thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, I see Land-Based Angling Alliance. Please unmute yourself and go ahead and tell us your name, please.
Hi, good afternoon, committee. I'm Spencer Wonder of the Land-Based Angling Alliance, a nonprofit formed to protect the rights of shoreline anglers across this country. I'm also the owner of Terraform Tackle, which is the single largest shark fishing stakeholder on the planet. These emergency regulations and proposed continuation are problematic for us in the community for several reasons. The first of which is the intention. If the regulations are truly to protect white sharks, and they're less effective than the pre-existing ban on fishing with bait at all when white sharks are known to be present. A law that has never been enforced since its inaction several years ago, and a law that we contend should be enforced and vigorously. If the intention is to prevent some imaginary risk of interaction with swimmers based on a single incident nearly a decade ago in which a swimmer violated the law and entered into a restricted access zone around a fishing pier, then the aforementioned approach adequately prevents that as well. You can't fish from the pier when there's white sharks around, then you can't have swimmers swimming into entangled white shark. It's a self-solving problem. And the second issue we have with these proposed regulations is the effectiveness. The regulation will absolutely not prevent white sharks from existing on the coast or from consuming rigs meant for other sharks. These fish are still going to get hooked. They're still going to get fought, probably for a long time. Monofilament isn't an instant shark remover device. It's not how it works. All it will do is leave monofilament leaders and hooks in the jaw and guts of white sharks and likely add to mortality, as several of the past post-release deaths of the species in California over the last few years have been due, and by Chris Lowe's admission, due to gear being left in the fish, causing infection and later post-release mortality over a long period of time, not immediate release deaths. This regulation banning usage does increase the likelihood of this, whether you like it or not. If the intention of the monofilament restriction is to prevent fish from being landed, then the fish is going to be left with gear if it is not landed. Once the fish eats the bait, the only way that goes is the fish being left with gear, and the fish is still going to eat the bait. The third issue is invasiveness of the regulation and its effect on other fisheries. The regulation effectively outlaws targeting 13 species of sharks present in California. I know a handful were mentioned in the presentation by the commission, but these species include southern gills, six gills, taupe, threshers, mako, and lately blue and prickly sharks. With the El Nino coming, that includes hammerhead sharks, all of which are currently legal take species under CDFW regulations. CDFW's own presentation admitted that this regulation negatively detriments these fisheries. Yes, if some fish aren't landed, that is a detriment. It's because occasionally you can land a fish with monofilament does not mean it is an effective or responsible way to target that fish. It's not a niche fishery. This is massive. I've built an entire livelihood on it. I travel all over the planet. I bring this fishery to new places. In the last 5 years, this fishery has made me over $1 million. Some of that coming from California, a large portion of it coming from California. This is not a niche fishery. Your data is flawed if you're seeing these fisheries as niche. It is a massive community of hundreds, if not thousands, of anglers that purchase tackle licenses and support good clean catch and release, and something they'll be unable to do under these new regulations. What is needed is active enforcement of pre-existing bans on white shark angling, not new overreaching regulations that do nothing to limit interactions and only increase risk to the very animals they're supposedly designed to protect. However, if white shark numbers are increasing at such a rate that the committee is alarmed by this potential growth in aggregates, then perhaps the time for protecting this locally abundant resource is over. This white sharks have failed the requirements for being listed as an endangered species in California twice. There's no reason to believe they wouldn't fail it a third time. Perhaps protecting a species this abundant is the flaw. And there are regulations that, in reference to the most recent comment by the commission, that officers would be unable to enforce leader sizes. There's regulations on the books now regarding sturgeon fishing in Northern California that do require officers to make these distinctions in the field. It is something they are fully capable of doing. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Anna, please.
Hello again, and good morning again, President Sklar and Commissioner Murray. My name is Anna Basius, and as I mentioned earlier, I'm a legal and policy intern with the Environmental Action Committee of West Marin. EAC, along with our partner, Shark Stewards, are committed to the protection of California's biodiversity, as well as to the protection of public access and enjoyment of California's beaches. The temporary restrictions applied in June 2026 are necessary to protect both white sharks and beachgoers. Given that existing prohibitions on shark fishing are difficult to enforce, the temporary restrictions are necessary to limit nearshore dangerous wildlife interactions due to the projected increase in juvenile white shark presence close to shore. Warm El Niño conditions have caused several recent incidents in which juvenile white sharks were hooked with heavy tackle, resulting in injuries to beachgoers and harm to the sharks, including several mortalities. In order to protect recreational use of beaches and ensure the safety and enjoyment of beachgoers, these regulations give law enforcement actionable methods to close the loopholes in existing rules. Law enforcement can now cite anglers who purposefully target white sharks as a protected species, which was not a previously available legal mechanism. While we remain in support of the department's restrictions on white shark takings, we also encourage them to consider a variety of stakeholder interests. Thank you.
Thank you. Wendy, please.
Hello, commissioners and staff. Wendy Tochihara. I work in the fishing industry and I'm an avid angler. This great white shark issue started with a couple of bad apples, yet the commission chose to penalize the whole entire pier and shore fishing community with emergency regulations. I think moving forward, I didn't see any reach out to the pier and fishing communities online. And when I spoke to them, they were very upset. So moving forward, I would suggest that you contact them and talk to them, maybe do a town hall and not just talk to organizations because they had no idea. So my solution is just keep people out of the water. Just kidding. Thank you.
Thank you. Matt, please.
Ask a question, Commissioner Sklar. So just, Wendy, who would you recommend when you say talk to them? Who are the them or the they? Like,
so when you look online, if you look at Facebook, you look at Instagram, you look at the social media, there are a lot of groups that are pier angling groups, shore fishing groups, and that's who I've been talking to. I can send you some. I can invite you to some of the links, or I can send you some of the names if you want.
Yeah, please do. We're always looking for ways to improve our outreach, especially for communities that we haven't done a good job historically targeting. And certainly the pier-based anglers are ones that are harder for us to reach. So we're looking for all the help we can get. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Matt, go ahead, please.
Thank you. My name's Matt Bond. I'm a voluntary board member at All Waters. Two things I want to continue to support the measures that were put in place as we did before. And then the timing couldn't have been better, meat sandwich between the previous speaker and Dr. Schumann. Craig and his team reached out to us, All Waters, to help inform this interim regulation, emergency regulation. We went back and forth for, I think, 2 weeks, removing things, adding things. moving the range and trying to be as informed as possible on the impacts on fishermen, but also sharks, and also that human interaction component. So I just want to say that we were reached out to. I don't have access to everybody. We have a very, I think, active social media presence. But personally, I grew up fishing for a lot of those sharks. I grew up fishing on Goleta Pier with lots of friends that fish for thresher shark. And I reached out to those people, and most of them aren't using wire leaders, at least the cohort that I was talking to. I have personally caught a thresher shark salmon fishing with a barbless hook on mono and landed it fine. I've caught smooth hounds, lots of leopard sharks, angel sharks. Trying to think what else. A lot of the sharks that people are concerned with, I've caught personally. I'm not a good fisherman either, by the way, better spear fisherman, but I've caught a lot of those sharks. And so I appreciate the apprehension of the fishing community. I can see Anupa brought up the fact that there's kind of a conspiracy that this is part of an overall strategy to ban shark fishing being driven by some NGOs. That is not the case. And we can't talk to everybody, but in terms of how to protect protected species from illegal targeting or accidental targeting, there's an alternative, which is just to ban shark fishing, and that's not what anybody wants to do. So again, just from my personal experience and reaching out to as many people as we possibly can, this is a necessary step to protect the species, and we continue to support it as the group All Waters. So thank you for your time.
Thanks, Matt. Casper, please.
Hey, yeah, I just want to thank CDFW and Craig for reaching out to me personally on this. I'm obviously a shore-based fisherman, but I do not personally target sharks, and it was nice for them to reach out. I talked to a few guys that I know that do target sharks and got their opinions on the emergency measures. I do think there was a few comments ago, that it would be good for further outreach with shore fishing in general. There are some pretty active Facebook groups that will cover basically the gamut of all shore fishermen, including shark fishermen. So yeah, I support what you guys are doing here. Try to minimize the amount of regulations while still protecting the rising populations of the white sharks. Thank you, guys.
Great. Thank you. Chris, please.
Hi there. My name is Chris, and I'm a California recreational catch and release angler. I've worked as a California fishing guide. I've just kind of been a recreational angler for many years. And I wanted to start by thanking the department for its continued commitment to conserving and protecting our shark populations. I obviously fully support protecting white sharks, and I really appreciate the work being done to reduce unnecessary interactions with this species. However, my concern is specifically coming with the blanket restriction on hook size and wire leader. While these regulations I know are intended to protect white sharks, they're directly impacting anglers that are legally targeting species that I know have been mentioned. It's a smaller fishery, it's a more niche community, but these are real fisheries that fish for soupfin, 7-gill sharks, and various other deep water species such as 6-gill and prickly sharks. Although they may involve fewer anglers, they're legitimate fisheries, and I really believe that these deserve thoughtful consideration, and the anglers being affected during this process deserve thoughtful consideration. From my experience as a catch and release angler, larger circle hooks and wire leaders are not just about landing the fish and trying to get your big shark. It's honestly a conservation tool. Properly sized circle hooks are matched to the size of the shark that you're catching and fishing for, and helps anglers achieve secure hook placement, shorten fight time, and perform quicker and safer releases. I know wire leaders also greatly reduce bite-offs. When using monofilament alone, as we've discussed, bite-offs become a much more likely consideration when catching larger species or larger specimens of these species that we're talking about, meaning sharks are likely to swim away carrying the terminal tackle still in their mouth. And although these sharks are able and have been recorded to be removing or displacing these instances of terminal tackle, I think we can all agree it's better to try and keep the sharks in our ocean without hooks in their mouth if possible. I think requiring anglers to use lighter terminal tackle when pursuing these species will also result in a required lighter drag setting, which results in a less efficient shark landing and prolonged fight times, which 100% can increase stress on the animal. And I think fishing with undersized tackle, targeting large species from piers and instances like that it's a bad idea because it endangers the shark. And honestly, using these smaller methods and less efficient methods might sound practical, but in reality, it will increase the fight time and it's just not practical for sharks. I've heard the concern that anglers are claiming to target mako or blue sharks to try and use a loophole per se. If the department believes the fishery is too limited for those species, I understand that concern because there's not that many individuals that know the techniques and proper methods to identify those sharks. However, the fishery is real and it does exist, and I verifiably know people that catch these fishes, including an individual on the Zoom call right now. These fisheries do exist, and the laws will impact the individuals that are targeting these animals. And I think these highly committed individuals who devote themselves to the sport need to be considered a little bit more greatly. I think that the hook size and wire leader restrictions don't really just affect a hypothetical mako shark fishery, but it directly affects anglers that are trying to find 7-gill sharks, 6-gill sharks, prickly sharks, large grade soupfin, and any other species that we have available on our coast. These fisheries are legal and should not lose access to the gear necessary because of the concerns of another fishery. I've also heard concerns that some anglers may, sorry, I repeat that. I'd encourage the department to evaluate whether these specific gear restrictions are directly tied to reducing white shark encounters. Anecdotal evidence, historical data, and our current literature do not support the concept that using a larger circle hook or a wire leader will attract white sharks or increase the likelihood of sharks coming closer to beaches or swimmers. There are very, very few interactions historically where we've seen this happen of swimmers even interacting with white sharks within the same general sphere as these land-based shark fishermen, let alone these techniques do not further draw individuals. Those gear choices primarily affect what happens after a fish has already taken the bait. If the goal is really conservation, I believe regulation should focus on reducing white shark encounters while still allowing responsible anglers to use the safest gear available for legally targeted species. Finally, I respectfully ask that any permanent regulations be genuinely science-based, narrowly tailored instead of a blanket law, and developed with input from both marine scientists, the responsible parties, and recreational anglers in California and abroad. California's recreational anglers genuinely care about shark conservation. As some individuals have mentioned, there wasn't really any outreach or information shared regarding this meeting or committee conversation. I only heard about this through the land-based shark angling or the land-based angling alliance. However, I believe it's genuinely important if we want to protect healthy white shark populations, we want to protect our fisheries, we have to really involve all the stakeholders in the situation, not just the individuals with larger social media followings or individuals with historical backing. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Bella Sullivan, please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Bella Sullivan with NRDC. We would like to thank CDFW for their quick action and for this proactive measure to protect imperiled white sharks. We know the ocean and our interactions with it are changing. We now are able to protect the conditions in which there are nearshore aggregations, or predict the conditions in which there are nearshore aggregations, and we should continue taking the needed steps to ensure the species is protected. We support the emergency measure. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Kyle, please.
Hey everyone, my name is Kyle Mayhew. I'm a land-based recreational angler. I have been for my whole life. Fished basically from Santa Barbara down in the San Diego area, specifically targeting leopard sharks, soupfin sharks, those variety. I am against the wire leader ban. Specifically, I would like to bring up a idea. I don't know if it's possible on the enforcement level, but I'm sorry, I forget his name, but the officer that was talking about needing calipers, totally understand that. But what about maybe keeping original packing with gear? If you were able to see kind of the diameter right in front of you, stuff like that. Maybe that's a solution to that if requiring anglers to keep the package that the gear came in that they're using. I strongly agree with a lot of the things my friend with Terra Firma Tackle brought up. and Chris, who also spoke 2 speakers ago, the wire leader is a tool of conservation and success. While yes, leopard sharks can be taken with monofilament, wire leaders increase success, which aids to the release of the animal and the health of the animal swimming away. In that video that was shown during the slideshow, it showed an individual on a surfboard catching a relatively small leopard shark. Most of the ones we target are in the 60-inch range. The one that he was targeting or caught was, really small. So, of course, it could be caught on mono. I think one thing that the main thing I want to bring up with this opportunity, which I'm really thankful for, we're missing an educational opportunity, an element to this. Most of the time when you land one of these super pretty leopard sharks on a beach, especially in San Diego, you get an awesome crowd, oohs and ahs, pictures taken, and as you're unhooking and releasing it, you get to introduce people to something they've never seen before. Where I live in San Diego, you get a lot of people from all over the world. You get a couple from Wisconsin a few days ago that I talked to and introduced them to leopard sharks while fishing, something they would never see other than the Discovery Channel or maybe a local aquarium or something like that. So I have 3 kids with a 4th on the way. I want them to be able to see dad and friends bring in leopard sharks on the shore. I could show it to them, teach them something, how special they are here in California waters and sharks in general. I guess that's pretty much all I have to say, but please let's think about how we can share this awesome thing with the community that we're in. Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle. Nick, Hyde, please.
Good morning. Nick Hyde, surf fishing in SoCal. I represent the surf fishing community in SoCal. I'm also a licensed guide here. Been fishing for over 10 years in the surf. I want to start by saying that Chris, Spencer, and Kyle all made really incredibly valuable points. I support everything each one of them had to say. I want to reiterate that there's much larger community that was alluded to here in the presentation that I think will be vastly detrimentally impacted by this. But I've got a few points. So if a complete elimination of this ban will not be considered, I think some things like a hyper-specific location restriction for use specifically of wire leaders is a potential idea, and maybe just in swimmer hotspots. A time of day restriction, this could completely eliminate swimmer interactions, especially if you're like a lot of shark anglers target sharks after dark. So that could completely be eliminated there. And then I definitely think the wire leader length regulation is extremely easy to enforce. So if you guys even want to reach out or game plan that together, I'd be happy to give input on that. And I know Spencer would too. We had a few conversations about it, and there are certain things that we could easily get behind if you guys were interested in talking. A bait size restriction might even be a doable idea. And then finally, just to kind of plant the seed, I'm curious what criteria will be used to determine effectiveness of this measure and whether it's like going to be implemented or not. I think that's something we should all be curious about, because we don't want to just see this go into effect based on things that we didn't really have any control over, or things that just aren't made aware now. So not that you have to answer that now, but just things that I'd like made aware. That's all I got.
Okay, thank you, Nick. And our last speaker is Greg. Greg, since you weren't very timely in getting on, we just keep it briefly, please.
Yep. Thank you for the time. Thank you for giving us an opportunity to speak. I do want to back as well everything that Nick said, Kyle, Chris, and the other folks. I don't believe that the wire leaders as a blanket ban is going to be as effective as individuals think that it will. And that's coming from somebody who grew up in San Diego, born and raised, has been fishing on the beach for roughly 25 or 30 years now. So I won't belabor the point, but I do believe that it won't be as effective as we think it will.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. So now turning back to Commissioner Murray, thoughts on this?
This seems straightforward to me. I think it makes sense to put this on the schedule for the October commission meeting for potential readoption. but I'm curious to hear your thoughts, Eric.
Yeah, I'm the same. I don't think doing it as the regular rulemaking at this point. I think with just the October emergency one is what I'm supporting right now too.
I do have a question. I wanted to note back that the department presentation next step said that the potential rulemaking could consider a possible exception for smaller wire leader, but that was in the context of a longer term rulemaking. Is there any interest in having the department seek to explore that?
Not on my part right now. Samantha?
No, I'm inclined to go with the recommendation that we have.
Okay, so I'm just gonna read out the recommendation, which is the Marine Emergency Committee recommends that the commission consider adopting the emergency white shark gear restrictions at its October meeting with the current emergency measures as adopted.
Agreed.
Okay, great. Terrific. Thank you all for that. And thank you for the great comments. It's now 10:56. We're gonna take a 5-minute break. So we'll be back a minute or two after 11.
President Sklar, very quickly, we've got a question from Craig, just seeking some clarification.
Thank you for the guidance on the readoption of the emergency. In terms of the standard rulemaking long-term, I'm just interested in thoughts from the co-chairs and the committee on, is there a desire to pursue a standard rulemaking to make this a long-term rule? If so, are there things that you heard today that you would like the department to explore and discuss further? Because that's going to be right around the corner if we want to pursue that avenue.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we decided I'm for just doing the emergency here at this point and not pursuing further regulations. Samantha?
I mean, I'm not prepared to say that we don't want to pursue a regular rulemaking, at least leave that door open. I mean, I think we want to, I'm interested in exploring it, certainly. Susan, is there anything you'd like to say on this?
Sure. So we've talked to our regulatory analysts, and there still remains the option to consider going to notice with a regular rulemaking in February and have it go into effect in time. Or have it be submitted in time, which is what the requirement is. So if the committee wants to have the department do some further discussions and come back at the November meeting for further discussion about a potential longer term rulemaking, that's a possibility.
That could make sense, coming back in November, and that would still allow us to, in terms of the rulemaking schedule, like have the opportunity to act within the timeline that we want to, should we decide that after you get connected to some of these Facebook groups and do a little bit more outreach. Maybe we come back and talk about a regular rulemaking in November. Is that okay with you, Eric?
Yeah, that's fine. Okay. That's terrific. Yeah, let's do that. Craig, is that sufficient?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
All right. Thanks for the question. Okay, so now we're gonna take a 5-minute break. We'll come back at 11:05 and we'll be on item number 4. Thank you. Okay, Susan, lead us off on commercial spiny lobster fishing, item number 4, please.
Sure. Okay. So this is to receive public input and to hold an initial discussion regarding a regulation change petition number 2026-02. It's related to allowing the request to allow the processing of commercially caught spiny lobster into lobster tails for storage, transport, and sale, in addition to the current allowance for selling lobster whole or live. The commission referred the petition in June to the MRC for the review and requested that the department review the petition and provide input to the MRC. So in your meeting materials, you have comments. I want to highlight that one is from the petitioner that provided results from a survey that the California Lobster Trap Fishermen's Association, Trap Fishing Association, conducted in 2025. The department distributed that to the permit holders. This is again for discussion, and we'll hear from the department and the petitioner and open it for discussion.
Okay, welcoming Tom Mason. Let's go ahead with the presentation. Thank you, Tom, for being here.
Thank you, commissioners. I don't have a presentation today. This is a verbal update. There's extensive background on this topic in your meeting materials. I can provide an overview of that if you'd like. This tailing goes back to 2020, and there's quite a bit of context and history around this that I can provide. So if you'd like, I can start there.
No, just a brief description of what we're looking at today and what's being suggested.
Sure. I'll just start with a little bit of background, context of how this came up. So back in 2020, some members of the fleet reached out to the commission or to the department with some concerns around the international live market for lobster due to the COVID pandemic. And so they raised the idea of exploring an option to allow lobsters to be tailed as a strategy to diversify the market and support domestic sales. Over the last 5 years, the department has worked with the fleet and with enforcement to further evaluate that tailing petition when it came up back in 2020. And then a proposal was put out for the fleet to digest and get some input back to the department on tailing and how it could work. And those conversations stalled in about 2023 and then came back up again in March of 2025. There was interest in the fleet in pursuing this again due to the price of lobster dropping, due to tariffs, and then concerns with international markets. And so that's why tailing came up in 2025. And we've been working with the fleet since then and leading up to the petition. So we met with the petitioners, the Track Association, about 3 times in 2025. The idea was for them to develop a survey to gauge fleet support for a tailing option. We worked with them we provided some input on the survey. The survey went out. You have those results in your meeting materials that they conducted. We sent the survey out on their behalf to all members, all permit holders, all 157 at the time. And then that led to them gauging support and then finally submitting the petition to explore an option to allow tailing to develop a tail market. So currently all lobsters have to be landed whole and also sold and kept whole all the way through being sold to the ultimate consumer. And so what they're looking for is a way to allow tailing to occur at some point in the chain. Usually, I think what we're recommending is at the processing level so that they can explore a tailing market for lobster. And so that's what's led to the scaling position.
Okay, great. Thank you, Tom. And we have Ava Schellenberg for the petitioner. I don't see you there.
I'm here. She's here.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. In person, I was looking for your name on the list. Okay. Yeah, please go ahead. Love to hear from you.
Well, I think Tom kind of said it perfectly. And I mean, this whole process predates me, in terms of when I took over and started to surface the issue. I think that we just want to make sure that we're well positioned in the face of an uncertain market. I think this upcoming season will probably be fortunately similar to the last season in terms of tariffs, the price. So the more options we have, and I want to emphasize option, this is an option that we're trying to push forward, I think the better. And I know that there are some guys in the room here also that can speak more to the initial proposal and what took place there and to their opinions about this current one. So I'm really thankful that we're even having this discussion because I didn't expect this to be able to be on the agenda. So thank you for pushing it forward.
The commission.
Thank you, Ava. Appreciate it. Is there anybody in the room here who wants to speak to this? Doesn't look like it. And we just have one speaker online, so I'm going to let the person online go, and then we'll go to the room. So I think most people are there. If that's okay.
Yeah, that sounds good. We haven't done a raise of hands. Can I get an estimate really quick? How many people want to speak on this? One, two, three, four.
You know to raise your hands.
They don't.
Four.
Some of them don't have new people.
If you're online and would like,
It's like 5 to 7. Okay, go ahead, Eric.
if you're online and would like to speak to this, do please raise your hand. I see Lisa Sherman. Go ahead, Lisa. Lisa, you need to unmute. Oh, you raised, do you want to speak on this?
Yeah. Hi. Hi. My name is Lisa Sherman. I'm an enrolled member of the Ipai Nation of Senate Israel. But I know it's probably off topic, but it's about the lobster, and I just wanted to like consider or have an opportunity to maybe open up a permit for Native American, tribal members to commercially sell lobsters. And that's all. I just wanted to like put that out there, and because we're not able to get a commercial license, and I just wanted to take the opportunity to say that. That's all. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Lisa. Is there anybody else online who'd like to speak? Please raise your hand if you would, and if you're on the phone would like to speak, press *9. Yes, wireless caller. We don't have a number for you, but just go ahead and unmute yourself. Wireless caller. We don't have a name or a number for you, but if you, I see your hand raised. If you unmute, we can speak.
You may need to press *6 to unmute your phone.
Can you hear me
There
now?
you go. Yep, yeah, we can hear you now. Go ahead,
perfect.
please.
Okay. Yeah, this is Bradley with Santa Barbara Freedivers. I just in the brief recap, it sounded like this might allow more locally caught lobster to stay in the local economy. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's part of the idea.
Yeah. So if that's the case, it's I think that's as far as freedivers go, I'm really interested in anything that we can do to keep the local catch inside the local economy, and reduce the carbon footprint of shipping product across the oceans or flying it to other locations. So I think it would be great for the committee to push this forward if that's going to be one of the benefits of this. That was it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, Commissioner Murray, go ahead and call the people in the room, please.
All right, who wants to start?
I'll go ahead.
Okay, Roger.
Yeah, Roger Geely, Data Point, like I said before, lifelong commercial fisherman. I don't know how I became the oldest guy now. I'm the veteran. Almost 40 years commercial lobster fishing.
You look great.
Yeah, I got the old man strength or whatever. So I was the president of the statewide association of lobster fishermen for decades. And we started this process with Tom and through Craig and everybody else years ago, and it's been up and down. I was neutral even on the survey back in the day because of the way it was brought to us. It opened up more questions than it answers. How do we get the commercial fishermen to be able to be self-reliant on their own marketing, be able to be independent of the kind of monopolistic few buyers that we have that export our product? How do we get the product back to California? How do we make it legal? How do we make it so that there's an illegal faction of, I don't want to say recreational, but non-commercial people that are exploiting the commercial market with illegal tails? How do we protect ourselves from Mexican imports of tails? So there's so many questions that we're concerned about. I think that's why we got to come with like a neutral or negative feedback on the survey, because the questions were left things open. I'll be the devil's advocate. I completely support the tailing, always have supported the tailing. I think it's a great mechanism if it's done in a way that we actually don't get buried in so much red tape that it doesn't even make it realistic. But since we're not supposed to pick on individual groups, and I'm part of the group that I'm going to pick on, not all of our constituents are the most intelligent or the most well-versed in any type of change or fluctuations. Their concerns, I think, generally, from what I hear, is that somehow we're going to devalue the lobster price by having a tail market, which is ludicrous to me. But since the lobster weighs more whole, it's worth more than if it was tailed and it weighs less, which I think anyone can reason out the fact that you are adjusting the price by the value of what the whole price would have been before it was tailed. So it's a misnomer to think that that's actually an issue. So I think your general fisherman is afraid of what it would do to the marketing. I think it would greatly expand our marketing and allow our lobsters to be marketed to the local resources or local people that we're supposed to be catching it for, as well as the world market if need be. This gives us more avenues, and also, like we're saying, as Craig and I talked about years ago, and the concern initially was COVID, whether or not we even have a market. So I can go on and on. If you have any questions, I can happily answer the history of it. And I appreciate you guys taking the time and consideration. Hopefully we can move forward with it. We have a lot of data from all the tagging surveys that we did for the baseline studies of the MPAs, and that helps us be able to have something we didn't have 10 years ago. So thank you.
Perfect, thank you.
Who's next? Okay, Joe Exline.
I'm Joe Exline, I'm a recreational angler, and my concern basically was where the tailing was gonna take place. And as a recreational angler, the ability to have tails in the market, that kind of would open the door if there's not good guardrails to bad actors in the recreational facility community. Because, if you don't have someplace where, the door stops here and you have control past that point, then there's people that are gonna wanna take their recreational tailed lobster and put them in your market. That's just a fact. So I'm just concerned with the fact that you have controls in place that limit that ability for a person who wants to have bad behavior to do that. And that's all.
Okay. Chris
Chris
Voss.
Voss, commercial fisherman in Santa Barbara, to support all of Roger's comments and the benefit to the fishery to have a domestic market that could be supplied year round. The way to calculate if it's actually economically viable is to go to the global tail market for cold spiny lobsters. Australia, New Zealand, all produce pretty high volumes and put a fraction of their production into a tail market. So there's ways to research whether this is beneficial or not for the fishery, given any set of circumstances like we saw last season with retaliatory tariffs by the Chinese. So as an option for any buyer, it creates a measure of insurance that if they had a large scale mortality event in their tanks, or the controversies at the end of the season with respect to how long they could hold their live product could be alleviated with their, whether or not, I know some of you guys are intimately aware of how
Once again, leaving our Indians out of the fucking.
the resource gets exported. And the curious dynamic associated with booking to ship a live product toward the end of a season, when the state is saying, hey, you have to have your tanks empty by a certain time. So there's a measure, a nuanced measure of insurance for buyers that they can create a valuable product, even if they have to kill it and freeze it, just the tails. So there are these additional benefits that I think, again, would only be used if in fact the economic conditions warranted. The concerns I have are those that enforcement might have issues with this proposal. And if we could briefly get some feedback from Eric and others that might be able to inform us of what their issues might be with enforcement concerns associated with this proposal.
Yeah, I think that would be good to hear from, maybe Tom wants to say something, and then also AC Court, if you want to say something. I mean, we heard Joe Exline's concern about where does the tailing take place? Does this open the door to bad actors, acting badly? So maybe Tom, you want to, I don't know who wants to start, Eric or Tom. Tom.
I was gonna say it might be helpful to put some context on the proposal that we developed back in 2020 and 2021 with enforcement and working with the fleet. We came up with a set of a straw man proposal of like how tailing could work and what would the rules be around it. So I can share what was developed to that, and I think it'd be helpful for the conversation.
I think that would be helpful.
So back then a few of the things that came up were that we wanted to maintain that tails could only be a process at some point after being landed. So the carapace length would be the size limit that would be enforced all the way up until tailing. So the existing size limit would apply on the water and for any whole live lobster in the supply chain. Only commercial processors would be allowed to tail lobsters at a land-based address. Another provision that we put out there tailing would not be allowed on a boat, a dock, or any other place other than that land-based facility. Tails cannot be possessed on a commercial vessel. For enforcement purposes, we explored an alternative size limit that we could put in place once the lobsters were tailed. So we evaluated existing data on the relationship between tail width and carapace length. And we determined to have sufficient data to develop a relationship to set a conservative tail width to ensure that once tailed, that tail came from a legal size lobster. And so the size limits that we put out there for tail widths were 2.5 inches for males and 2 3/4 inches for females. Females have slightly larger tails than males. And so that there was a need potentially to have separate size limits for males and females. And with these size limits, the 2.5 and 2 3/4, there was less than a 1.5% chance that it came from a sublegal lobster. And so those were the provisions that we kind of threw out there to gauge support from the fleet for a tailing option. And I mentioned that things stalled in 2023, and it was mainly because we were willing to work with the fleet to move forward with tailing, but there wasn't broad support from the fleet to move forward. And so that's kind of where things stalled out, and hence the second survey that went out by the fleet.
Yeah, very helpful. Anything you want to add, Eric?
Yeah, we've talked about this at length, obviously in 2020 and more recently, myself and the captains have talked about it. And, having a minimum tail size is essential. And I think it's gonna need to be one tail size, male or female. I think there's a possibility of making a female tail look like a male if someone's clever enough with a pair of scissors. I've seen it happen before. I'm not.
No, we had this discussion.
We've had a discussion, yeah. So we would be in favor of one, tail size for either male or females. And that would be the size we'd want to stick with. And, we can talk about more, regulation wise, as who's going to be doing the tailing. I mean, obviously you would want the tailing facility to be able to then distribute to whatever restaurant or market after that. We want to be able to go into any place of business that has tails for sale to go and measure tails and say, hey, if it's short, you're going to get a ticket. And that's going to help with, for those that are, because tails are inherently easier to smuggle. You can hide them easier and, and get them to a different place than whole lobsters. So we want to be able to cite someone for an undersized tail wherever we're at. And then, as far as the recreational concern, there's always that issue. I mean, we're always on the lookout for recreational lobsters being sold, or provided to, commercial restaurants or markets. So we're always gonna have to be on the lookout for that, whether they're whole or tailed, but tailing does increase the difficulty just because of the fact that it's smaller and easier to get there. So that part's on us, but as far as, possession of tails after the season, who can tail it and what do they do from there, that we're gonna have to look at, the regulations and have a discussion on exactly who can do it and where, when and where, because that will require more regulation changes. But at minimum, unfortunately, needs one minimum tail size. And knowing that tail, on a very, very, assuring that it came from a legal size lobster is going to be what's important.
Super helpful. Can really get the sense that a lot of diligence and work was done the first time this went around in thinking through the details of enforcement and how this would all work. So great that work has been done. Is, the reason we're doing this listening session is to make sure we don't end up in a situation again where in a year or whenever, this is we're about to do it, then people from the fleet come out of the woodwork and they're like, we hate this, don't do it. So that's part of why we're doing this listening session, and appreciate you sending out the survey again, but really benefiting from all the work that's been done already. I know we have some other speakers, but yeah, Roger, what were you gonna say?
I've watched this fishery market-wise go up and down, and we've had big fluxes. I mean, right, we had $43.50 a pound was our high for live lobsters right after COVID, and last year we're getting $10 a pound.
Right.
So the waning of interest from the fleet is usually directly market based. if forego the outliers, if we could say that in our fishery, in the lack of interest, because there is interest by the people who are forward thinking and think that there's gonna be market trends that are gonna be negative in the future. And if we had a consistent local market, that's gonna be just a consistent price, and that's not, the health of the resource, talking about the tail size and everything is paramount. Making sure that they're all legal lobsters, making sure they're legally caught, legally based, everything else. The health of the fishermen as well, and the marketing of it, and also bringing that product back to California.
Keeping it local, yeah, perfect. Okay, who else in the room? I know we've got Katie.
Yeah, thanks. Actually, this enforcement conversation has been really helpful because that was my primary concern. And one of the things, Tom, that you mentioned that now I'd be curious to hear if there was previous conversations about this, is that if my understanding was right, is that the tail, so the legal size of lobster, there's, you know, a low percentage that like with that tail measurement would be small, the tail would be smaller. So for those lobsters that are legal size, but potentially their tail is smaller, if they're going to a tailing facility, they just would not tail it. Is that correct? Okay, I just want to make sure, like, I was just trying to think through like what that kind of conversation was, what you do with those lobsters in particular. So that way, you know, tailing facilities not getting ticketed, and also you're not wasting those. It's very small percent, it sounds like, which is great to hear that there's a tail limit we have.
Yeah, so to expand on that a bit, if we go with the conservative tail width to ensure that the tails had a very low probability of coming from a legal sized lobster, there will be a portion of those that are just barely legal that will have the above 3 1/4 carats, but under on the tail width. So those lobsters then would only be able to go to the live market.
And isn't there a percentage though of where we could have a legal size tail, but an undersized lobster?
Yeah, that set at the tail widths that I provided 2 1/2 or 2 3/4, it would be less than a 0.15% chance.
So if we wanted to eliminate that, we could maybe slightly bump up the size of the tail. You know what I'm saying?
Is that 0.15% or 1.5%?
No, 0.15%.
So out of 100 lobsters, 0.1 of the, out of 1,000 lobsters, it'd be one lobster.
Yeah.
And that was an issue when we initially brought this up, because it favors the fishermen of Santa Barbara to catch a larger size carapace length of lobster with a larger tail than the people in San Diego. They're catching a lot of lobsters of the year legals in their size structure. Catalina, most specifically, has really small carapace lobsters, really small tail width. So some fishermen may put out this tail market more than some of the others, but that's just a gamble that they'll still have a live market, they'll still be able to be sold. So just another avenue. Sorry to interrupt you.
Eric, would it be something that
Samantha?
would be a?
I'm sorry, go ahead. We have somebody online who wants to speak as well, who hasn't spoken yet. But go ahead.
Cameron just asked, would it need to be a certified facility for tailing? And now Eric is about to answer. Eric Cord.
I think it would help. I'd want to sit down and kind of see what those regulations will look like. And I mean, but Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, isn't the idea is that the certified facility, if that's how it was, they'd have the tail, they'd be able to then sell that product to whatever restaurants or local communities or whatever from there, right? Like,
right, and given that there's a measure of processing that takes place, we require a HACCP approved facility, which then puts a lot of regulation on, there's a lot of risk associated with a buyer that's gonna take this action because they have a huge amount invested. They have a HACCP approved facility. They are not gonna gamble with that by trying to game the system, in my view. If you understand what I'm saying, if you're invested in marketing domestically and export, you're not gonna risk all of that by trying to game the system.
I think that would be better from an enforcement perspective, for sure.
Well, and there's also the benefit of when we experience another large scale domoic acid bloom, which at some point will occur, there could be a market for local California lobster, and we're not completely shut out like we were in 2015, I believe it was.
Usually more recent than that.
That's a great point.
Merritt.
Yeah, this is along the lines of what's perfectly obvious to one group is not exactly clear to perhaps another, and that is necessarily a non-tailed lobster is a live lobster, it has to be kept live. And there's no way to really ship it far or store it long. And so I think that's, for us, it's perfectly clear, but for others, it might not be so obvious. And the whole reason for this discussion might not be so clear.
All right, any other comments in the room? Yes, sir. Hi.
Travis Weber, I'm part of CLTFA too. Just a little, like, I've been lobster fishing, I think it'll be coming up on my 4th or 5th year now. When I first started, the price was good. You're happy to wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning, load your bait, go out fishing. Obviously the last year was definitely tough. Prior to the last year, when the prices started getting tough, is when I tried to start selling them domestically to restaurants and just to anybody. Just because I like to see what I catch go domestically and I'll go overseas to China. I think a big thing was last year, everybody tried to buy a permit to then go sell lobsters. A handful of people that are docked did, and everybody ran into the same problem. Nobody wants to buy a whole live lobster. You pull a whole live lobster out of the bag. I've done it to Donna. She's also my boss. They run a boat, and it freaks her out. You know, it's scary. They clap, they're pokey, they'll hurt your hands. We wear gloves and it's easy for us to tail them, but for a normal person, it's not an easy task and it can be a little daring. You know, it's like if somebody wants a duck, you just bring them a live duck. So here you go. You know, for me it'd be easy, for somebody else it'd be maybe a little different, you know. Maybe a bad reference there, but anyway, it's just
chicken in a box.
Yeah. A lot of people ran into the same thing. Like it is hard to sell them. Some restaurants that I sell them to, I'm delivering to them every single day. That way they have a nice live lobster. They don't want to keep too many of them because if they die, they're not as good as a live one. So actually I have a wife that delivers them every single day. So I think the tailing would be a good avenue or option. Obviously, when the price is good, I prefer to come into the dock and sell them all and walk away, clean up my boat and go home. But when the price is tough and you're trying to make, you know, a couple extra bucks, having this avenue will definitely help us to actually get out of bed in the morning and go fish for our lobsters rather than, you know, dread and to go, you know, barely break even because fuel's not getting cheaper, bait's not getting cheaper, permits aren't getting cheaper, gear's not getting cheaper, everything's getting more expensive, but the price of lobster went down. You know, and selling them locally, you do make more money, but it is definitely a lot more work. On the phone all day, you know, dealing with people, and then you talk to these people that want to buy lobster and you pick out a live lobster and hand it to them and they're freaking out and going, what am I gonna do with this?
Yeah.
Great, Smith. Yeah, so I do want to go to somebody online, please. Can you hold, please? So Marcel online, go ahead, please. Unmute yourself.
Oh, yes. Thank you, guys. Thank you for your attention to this great subject. I happen to be an enrolled tribal member from the Paula Band of Mission Indians. And like we've been trying to tell you guys, once again, my people, you guys, my counterparts, you're leaving our tribesmen and our tribes fishermen out of the talking circle. We don't even have a tribal permit to harvest one of our natural resources that happens to be an $11 billion industry, guys. My God, you've had that for centuries all to yourselves. Not one tribal member in California even has a permit to fish this fishery. So I'm just astounded by this. It hurts my heart, hurts my spirit. I'm trying to teach my son how to make a living off the ocean, just like your kids, just like your forefathers have had this to themselves. I'm a little taken by that, but I'm willing to work. I'm willing to work hard. I went to college. I'm a piping engineer. I grew up as a commercial fisherman from the Salish Sea, the Puget Sound. Grew up fishing, gill netting, crabbing, clam digging, doing all the things that my Salish people do. I happen to be an enrolled tribal member from Paula, and I came home 17 years ago as a piping engineer. Worked in a lot of refineries, and I see the ocean being abused and it's dirty. And I'm like, where's my tribesmen? Where's our fishermen? To find out that not one Indian fishes the coast because of genocide practices and the history of California pushing our Indians off the ocean front. I married a Kumeyaay girl, and I'm the one that's telling them, hey man, you guys need to fish this place. Come on now, these guys have ruined this whole area. So let's fix this. But like I said, once again, the tribes are left out of your talking circle. We need to repair that, you guys. Here's my proposition. I started sports fishing lobster last year, 3 months after the beginning. And what I saw, because of my professional skills as a commercial fisherman, here's what we need to do, you guys. We need to be able to be, like Bruce Lee says, be like water. You gotta take shape and make your move. Here's what's going on. Here's what I experienced, guys. At the end of the season, I saw these lobster tails go from a decent size to like a mini size, the size that the Europeans are sending over to our grocery stores. It's like, wow, those are little babies. So I think what we need to do is reconstruct this fishery for sports. I love the sports edition part. That's what brings people to San Diego, or good. We got the best tasting lobster, man. So here's what we need to do. We need to be able to be fluid with our ocean, just like the Indians were. They used the season of the ocean to move inland and out and into the ocean, just like the season. So us as fishermen, to preserve our sport fishery for this awesome lobster stuff, I would like to see the females clipped and thrown back. I'd like to see the big males thrown back. Let's let them overpopulate our bay, man, so that the commercial guys get a spillover. I see how you commercial guys are fishing. I'm watching. I see what you guys are doing. You guys are fishing that line like a razor's edge. You're right on that line, man. I would be doing the same. But see, when the season got towards the end of the season, I saw the lobster tails get small, but the carcass was like legal. We need to switch up. We need to shut down that area and move over to like Catalina. I know you guys want to hear that because you guys want all that place to yourselves. Or San Pedro. We entered into a lobster contest, and I learned to fish this entire south coast for lobster, from San Pedro. Oceanside sucks. Catalina is the place to be during certain times of the year. So as lobster sports fishing, I think we need to be able to understand we're trying to preserve the fishery for our children, your children, our whole community. And it's a fun fishery. We have contests on the water. It's pretty cool. The city should sponsor that. Anyway, we could make this fishery better coming from a point of view of an Indian, watching and observing all of you guys, seeing how you guys all fish. I outfish all of you because that's how I grew up in Washington. We're one of the best fishers in the ocean. That's who we are. That's who the Kumeyaay are. That's who the Cupeño, the head of the San Luis Rey River, were. The San Luis Rey Indians are fishers, but the state killed our Indians and pushed them off. So those teachings are lost. They want to come back. I'm the one that's showing them this is an 11 billion industry that you're left out. So please let our tribes come back to the water. Let us take care of some of those damn seals and the sea lions, because we could harvest and use every part of their body, and we could help the community eradicate a lot of the pests and keep them down. You guys got to let us do our job as Indians. We're the ones that use those sea lions. It's actually great smoked meat. If you ever tried it, try smoking some sea lion meat. It's really good meat to eat as a smoked meat. But
Yes, sir,
thank you for
Yeah,
the
thank you.
time. I appreciate what you guys are concerned about, but please let us Indians in the circle. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. I really appreciate it. Smith, anybody left in La Jolla?
Anyone else in La Jolla? I don't see any more hands raised. Can I just say? Oh yeah, Donna wants to say something, but before that, Donna, I just want to say in response to Marcel, I'm sorry. Normally at the beginning of a meeting, we ask to see if there are tribal leaders and representatives and electeds in the room or online, and we prioritize the comments of tribal leaders. So I'm sorry that we didn't do that. That's a mistake. And we can try to do a better job of that. So thank you for your comments. We have two different threads here. We have the thread of like commercial tailing, which is really what we've agendized. But I do, Eric, after we make a recommendation on that and conclude that conversation, I do want to come back to this issue that was raised twice about tribes on this agenda item. It's not about this agenda item, but I think it is important to address. So going back to the tailing conversation we were having, Donna.
I just wanted to say that I support tailing for the local lobster fishermen. I think that restaurants would sell more of the local lobster, and I think that we're really trying to get people to buy local, sell local. Also in Dana Point, we just lost a fish market that had a live lobster tank. And so for the lobster fishermen, they were selling all their lobsters to that particular fish market. And there's lots of things that happen with that, like the tank stops working, all those lobsters die. I mean, it's just very expensive and complicated for a lobster fisherman. So I support that. And I support supporting fishing communities. And so when we lose those local fish markets, it's really detrimental. So anything you can do to help that would be wonderful.
Thanks for that, Donna. I also just very quickly wanted to respond to Travis's comments. Thank you for your comments. I mean, this is not, I don't want to set up like a false choice, like live or tailing, you know, as Ava said at the beginning, this is about options, right? Because I'll just say, like, I buy live lobster from Cameron and for people at Tuna Harbor Dockside Market, and my kids and I, we don't mind, you know, handling a live lobster, and it's part of like our Christmas tradition and stuff like that. So, you know, this isn't about choosing either or, but just creating options for, especially for the local fleet and for keeping seafood in the community where we can and making it easier to do that and more profitable to do that. So just wanted to say that. Moving forward, Eric, yes, back to you.
Yeah. So we don't have a recommended action on this other than it's on our work plan. And so I'd like just to propose that we ask the department to come back, you know, to work on this and come back to us with proposals on it.
I agree. Oh, the one thing is, I know you can't control everyone in the fleet, but please, 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 let's not get all the way down the road. And then some people from the fleet, like, let's not have deja vu on this if we can help it. Yeah, Tom.
I think it would also be good to hear from the buyers as well, in addition to the fleet.
Good points.
Yeah, very good.
We need to be a little delicate because their agenda isn't our agenda. You're literally bringing in the competition and saying, we're gonna compete with you market wise. So we've had them at meetings and they're pretty opposed to it all across the board. Sorry, Tom, but it does benefit them to have us take part of their percentage of marketing away and use it on empower ourselves, basically. Sorry.
So
I'm gonna go ahead, Craig. I'm sorry. Go ahead. But wrap up, please.
Yeah, I think this is actually a pretty easy one. In my opinion, providing options and opportunity is a good thing.
Yeah.
And we let the fleet sort out the best market for them because they will. They're better at that than we are. And so if we provide options and opportunity, then they can sort it out. We may not get everyone to agree to it. So I think we're, as Commissioner Murray said, you know, we're willing to commit the time. We're already, you know, ball's over halfway down the field. I think we've got some loose ends to work up. We can work with CLTFA, bring you a proposal, and then should there be direction to move forward, we're happy to do that work, add it to the plate, just knowing that there may be some controversy at adoption when that
Sure.
point comes, and just going in eyes wide open.
Exactly.
Shoot.
Thank you.
Okay, so, I want to wrap this one up. We got to move on to the next item. On the tribal issue, Samantha, my suggestion is first of all, if Marcel's still on the call, can you text or email us with your contact information, number one, because we want to involve you. And the staff can talk to you about ways in which you can be involved, both here and at the tribal committee and at the full commission. And then Samantha, do you want to add to that? Because in terms of whether we want to address other issues as well.
I think I can see Marcel's email address right there. So
Okay,
that
good.
should be easy for staff. I think the first step is, if Susan, if you can reach out to Marcel and maybe Craig, I don't know if you're getting looped in at some point too, but Susan, if you could reach out to Marcel and just like start exploring this conversation, I think that would be a great place to start. Does that sound good, Susan?
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I think there's a permitting inquiries that are necessary on this front. But I'd be happy to
Great
conversation.
Yeah,
Sure.
obviously there are permitting inquiries. At some point, there may be a need for big or little C consultation. This is just to start the conversation and learn more about the request and the desire and what's being sought. So,
Exactly.
Katie.
Lisa Sherman, I think, also had made comments
Yeah.
from Tribal Single Water, so I'll make sure she's included.
Yes, thank you. Lisa Sherman as well. I can't see her email address, but hopefully, Susan, you can connect with Lisa.
Okay,
Yeah.
terrific. All right, everyone. Thank you for that. Great discussion. We're now on to item number 5, which is commercial coonstripe shrimp fishery management. Susan, I want to introduce this, and we've got a presentation by Brian.
Excellent. All right. So this is just as a reminder, back in 2025, in February 2025, the commission adopted emergency regulations for applying to the commercial coonstripe fishery because of occurrences of whale entanglements identified in coonstripe gear. And that was followed with a regular rulemaking that was adopted 1 year later. At that time, there were some other ideas that were being discussed about longer term management opportunities within the fishery, with differences being considered for the northern fishery and its conditions and the southern fishery and its conditions. In light of needing to get those regulations in place through the regular rulemaking, the commission, instead of trying to sandwich something in, committed to a second phase, a longer term phase. Now that the first regulations are all in place and going well, we are here today to start that conversation for longer term management considerations. And yes, Brian DeMars Owens is here to present, and he is joined by Joanna Grable, the program manager.
Thank you. I'm Brian DeMars Owens, excuse me. I'm a supervisor in the invertebrate management program. You can go to the next slide. As Susan said, I won't get too into the details of the regulations we did in the past couple of years, but just to set the stage, it is a longline trap fishery with strings that are composed of relatively light pot anchors on each end. Those anchors have vertical lines that are attached to one buoys. The sets can have 10 to 40 traps per string. Each string is connected by a ground line. And then, of course, as Susan said, there was some well entanglements which led to the emergency regulations of the certificate of compliance. Next slide. So here's like a list of the regulations we implemented, both in emergency and then followed up with support measures and the certificate of compliance. The key thing here is the control date of February 13, 2025. Control dates are important as they're a key factor in determining future participation in a fishery. Another key thing that we did starting this year was the use of voluntary pop-up gear for the fleet. And then we also did some gear restrictions, side to surface gear restrictions and some buoy size restrictions. Next slide, please. Here is just a little bit of overview of the fishery itself. It's a relatively small fishery, but does provide an important source of income for participants, particularly due to the restrictions and the salmon and Dungeness crab fishery. The trend has been kind of slow growth. So, but steady over time. So for instance, in 2025, there was around 100,000 pounds landed more than in 2024. 2026, it looks like the landings are on par to surpass 2025 landings. It's important too that we do have two new entrants in the fishery that came in after the control date. And we do know of at least one vessel that used pop-up gear 100% this past 6 weeks or so in the fishery. Next slide. So previously through public comment and through commission discussion, there are some items that were discussed that didn't make it into the rulemaking. These include things like sinking ground lines, biological important areas or hotspots as they're called, trying to find a path to transition to pop-up gear. And then finally, kind of late in the rulemaking process, we did get requests from some of the fleet that they wanted to modify a restriction on certain gear. So I'll let the fleet speak about later. I see some here today. Next slide. So we'll go over the options that we thought about. Next slide. So we've done a lot of brainstorming internally as staff, trying to find the benefits and challenges of some of the various actions, really trying to find mechanisms to implement future rulemaking and figure out what the timeline is going to look like. Essentially, we kind of narrow this down into like three major categories. The first is actions that we can take to reduce entanglement risk. Second is actions that allow for more timely response if an entanglement occurs. And then third, some sort of management actions that help us identify the owners of the traps in case of an entanglement. The final, any sort of rulemaking that we are looking at will probably include some sort of mix of one or all three of these in the package. But we do really intend to work closely with the fleet in terms of what's reasonable and feasible. And we'll cover each of these over the next few slides. So next slide. So this slide looks at two gear-based options that could help reduce entanglement risk. As you've heard in previous discussions through EFPs, pop-up buoys remove the need for persistent vertical lines, which are a primary source of entanglements. The buoy lines stay at the seafloor until retrieval. Currently, as I said, they're allowed to do this voluntarily, but we envision having a discussion on how to make this more mandatory going forward, either in one or both management areas. There's two of them. The second is looking at the ground lines. Sinking ground lines stay on the bottom and reduce the amount of subsurface line that whales might encounter. Both measures may be effective in reducing entanglements in the fishery. The practicality of implementing these measures is still something that we are trying to work out with the fleet. So a scheduled transition from traditional gear to pop-up, if phased out over long enough, could help us work out some of the kinks while the technology becomes more feasible or more reliable. Next slide. So there are two options to consider here to reduce gear co-occurrence. Co-occurrence is when the gear and the vessel and the whales are in the water at the same time. And this can be done by restricting who participates in the fishery. The first is implementing a limited entry permit. So participants who qualify for a permit would have to meet certain thresholds developed that correspond to the new control date we implemented in the previous regulatory process. This would cap the fishery at a certain number of participants, essentially preventing growth, which could reduce co-occurrence in the future. The second option is instituting a gear endorsement for existing permit holders. Similar concept to the limit entry is that we would use the control date and some other metric to decide who gets the endorsements. With the endorsement, this would allow the fisherman or the permit holder to continue to fish with vertical lines, while also preventing any new participants in the fishery to use vertical lines, and they would have to use 100% pop-up gear if they don't have this endorsement. A benefit of these strategies is that they would preserve long-term historical participation and investments in the fishery, prevent further expansion of vertical lines, and cause a minimum amount of economic disruption to the current fleet. However, they would not necessarily reduce entanglement risk from the current level. So these two strategies are probably best used in conjunction with some other measures that I'm going to talk about as interim, while we try and work on some sort of transition of pop-up gear in one or both management areas. So next slide. So here's some 4 concepts that we can use to reduce co-occurrence. The first is just restricting traditional gear to historical fishing areas, which helps gear from expanding in the areas where whale presence may be higher. Second is closing areas with consistently high whale activity or hotspots, which can lower the overlap of whales and vertical lines in specific zones. We could also just reduce the number of vertical lines allowed in the fishery, which would help reduce the total number of days when the amount of gear in the waters, excuse me. And then finally, we could shorten the fishing season, which would limit the total days the gear and the whales overlap together. And these are kind of broad spatial and temporal measures we could use. The practicality and effectiveness would definitely need more discussion with the fleet and with you all. Next slide. We're also evaluating the potential to use a director authority to implement entities and measures, such as further reducing the number of lines or shifting the fishery to pop-up only gear for the rest of the season. And both of these would lower entanglement risk by removing vertical lines. The other option, if we did an entities in action, would be just a full season closure, which limits risk completely. And these changes would be made for the entire fishery, or we could make them depending on the management zone that we're concerned about. A benefit of the entities in action is that I can provide rapid, flexible management response to real-time risk. Potential downside is that it can create uncertainty for fishermen around mid-season closures. We envision using the ramp as a starting point to help develop this process. The ramp is pretty intricate and complicated, so not everything in the process will be applicable. It would provide a good starting place, though, for discussions on how or if this could be used for the Coonstripe shrimp fishery. Next slide. Finally, this slide highlights some identification aids that can help us understand which gear is involved when entanglement occurs. So we could start mandating a buoy registration. This will require the vessel to register their buoy based on the colors of the markings on the buoys. This provides a straightforward pathway to link recovered buoys to individual vessels, improving our ability to trace gear involved in the event. And then there's the second option is line marking. Line marking uses fishery-specific line colors or patterns, which can also help identify gear when entanglements are documented, especially only when the line is recovered. While these tools don't reduce entanglement risk directly, they do improve accountability and help us better understand where entanglements originate. Next slide. And so, cover a lot of different things here related to entanglement risk, in-season response, and identification tools. As part of our next steps, if there's interest and then we're exploring another rulemaking, it'd be good to narrow down and identify measures for future discussion and exploration. The things that the department are most interested in discussing would include gear endorsement, some sort of transition plan to pop-up fishing gear, and then director authority for in-season action. So if the MRC wants to move forward with these conversations, we could do future outreach with the fleet and the public summer and fall, and come back to you guys in November for some sort of recommendation. And that's it.
Terrific. Thank you. How many people in the room would like to speak on this? Okay, and Samantha, how many in your room?
Anyone in this room want to speak on this issue? Coonstripe shrimp? No hands are raised.
Okay.
We have about 6 in the room. Yeah.
And online, if you'd like to speak to this issue online, please raise your hand, or if you're on the phone, please press *9. And okay, we'll go ahead and start with in the room. Everybody come on up if the table, please. You can pull some more chairs if you need to. So I'm gonna reverse here and let the people online go first. So Ben online, go ahead, please.
Yeah, good, I guess, afternoon, everyone. Ben Grundy, Center for Biological Diversity. Really apologize that I can't be there in the room today. I was hoping to be able to to make it there in person, but travel plans have shifted. But yeah, I just want to first give some appreciation to both the department and the commission for the time and attention that they've given to this issue. This has been a long process and a lot of discussions on figuring out these regulations, and it sounds like these considered management measures are a good start and a good conversation point. So just want to express some appreciation for getting this process moving and continue to be engaged on it. I think some of the highlights of things that the Center for Biological Diversity is particularly looking forward to exploring are looking at that timeline for potentially looking at a mandate on pop-up fishing gear, particularly in the southern portion of the fishery. Also looking at getting some authority in the hands of the director and the commission president to be able to respond proactively if there is a need for in-season management action. So making sure that that authority is present. And also seeing if there are potential opportunities to reduce the current risk level that exists in the fishery, understanding that there are fluctuations in participants and changes in fishery dynamics. So looking at some reductions in gear that would be sustainable and I guess appropriate based on the level of effort in the fishery. So I think I'll leave my comments there for now, but really excited to hear what some of the folks that are actually there in person are sort of thinking about this package. Thanks.
Okay, and Scott Webb, please.
Thanks. Yeah, I'll also apologize for not being there today. Scott Webb, Director of Advocacy with the Resourceful Institute. Yeah, I guess echoing a lot of sentiments colleague Ben Grundy said. I'm definitely going to probably plus one a lot of comments that'll be made today in the room more substantially by my colleagues over Oceana. But yeah, I guess to keep it brief, definitely wanted to recommend that the Fish and Game Commission hopefully initiate the rulemaking package for the Coonstripe fishery, always looking for more opportunities to reduce the risk of whale entanglements and modernize fishing operations. And of course, we hope the commission continue to discourage increases in vertical line fishing effort and always support other gear configurations that reduce the number of buoy lines per trap. But yeah, thank you all for much, and I look for the discussion.
Terrific. And Marcel, please go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yes, guys. I as a crabber fisherman from Puget Sound, when I fish Hales Passage up off the Lummi Nation there, the killer whales would be coming through, and we would know when they come through because it's, you know, the news media alerts everybody from Port Townsend all the way through. So when the pods are coming through, we go, you know, Trilogy Crab Pots invented a thing called timer release zincs, and it's a wire, and you got to learn how to use the wire, the zinc release. So you we would tie our buoys down next to the pot with leaded line, and it would keep the buoy and the line down on the ground. And the zinc time release wire comes in 5, 10, 15-hour increments. And this is the kind of the perfect technology that's needed to keep the whales safe. But these fishermen got to learn to adapt to this new way of keeping the buoy down in the water. So they're going to have to experiment with their own gear. Some of those guys have 100-pound pots. Some guys fish a lighter pot. So that's perfect example of how good we can become with the technology that we have. And so if you look at Trilogy crab pots there in Bellingham, Washington, I think in their catalog you'll see they have new type of zinc timers and release to keep the buoy down under the ground. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcel. Really appreciate it. Okay, we're back to the room here. Let's start on the left, please. My left.
Where did that all come from?
What?
I mean, there's the whole new thing. There's a whole bunch in that, the new package.
Yeah, so if I may, sorry.
Please, go ahead.
Yeah, so the purpose of the presentation today, I think, was just to show everybody that the department did kind of go back and we did a holistic look at everything. Like, what are all the possible changes that we could consider in another rulemaking package going forward? And trying to kind of capture and put them into categories on, you know, if the commission is interested in looking at items that would address co-occurrence, here's a couple of things that they could think about. So we just kind of went back and just sorted it a whole big review and relook at everything.
So I guess what you're all saying, a few of us are coming here to say that things were going okay, but maybe we should relax some of this stuff, you know, if we're gonna let people keep getting in, why do we have these? And then this sounds extremely more restrictive. So it sounds like a completely different conversation than what we may have been coming here to have. So which direction, I mean, where are we going with this fishery and with this.
Okay, so listen, if we have a new rulemaking process, we can open it up beyond just the questions of whale entanglement and look at the fishery, some broader things in the fishery. I think the next best step is a ramp process, a process where the industry works with the department to figure out, which of these, measures do make sense to prevent whale entanglement, because what we all know is if whale entanglement continues in any fishery, that fishery could be shut down entirely because of the protection of marine mammals, right? So being proactive about it is really in the interest of the industry, I think. I hope you agree. But I wouldn't be opposed to having some broader discussion about, if we can find ways to reduce rail entanglement, that can maybe increase, activity if we do it the right way. So thank you for raising that you want to talk about more than just the restrictive side of it, because we certainly can talk about other parts of it.
Yeah. I'm gonna let.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's go down the road.
Come back, yeah. Thank you.
My big thing is the north.
Wait, can I hear you guys' names? I'm sorry.
yeah.
Oh, thanks, Troy. Appreciate it.
Donald Hamilton.
Thank you.
The north and the south are just two totally different.
Right.
Fisheries, the way we fish, the
Fair
way
enough.
the whales are, just totally different. So I feel like we really need to make that known that, the north really doesn't have a confirmed just entanglement coonstripe gear. It was entangled in a black cod guy's anchor, drifted into the coonstripe gear, where you guys closed down salmon season. You guys have a bunch of entanglements down south, and now we're gonna suffer
Right.
for it up north
Fair enough.
because of these guys. And I really want that to be known, like there should be separate, like.
Or at least distinguishing between the two, where there's
Yeah,
it's maybe one process.
It's a lot different.
Yeah, fair enough.
It's
That's
just
a really
lot
important
different.
point.
And
And
it's
I
like
see.
30 years fishery where there's only that one incident, and it's not even 100% coonstripe.
That's right. But it was kind of more complicated.
Way
40 years.
Yeah, okay.
So it's a long time.
Yeah, it totally makes sense.
And
that's the kind of thing that, in the kind of discussion, the process we're talking about, you'd really be able to get down to the detail of that. And the reason we do these kind of processes, because you guys are on the water. You know that, and you know that. I didn't, so some fisheries, it's the same on the whole coast, right? And others, it's not. So,
Yeah,
So it's
exactly.
really helpful, and you guys know that, and we don't.
And yeah, that was my main point.
Okay, no,
is
it's a really good
to
important point. Thank you. Please, Brent.
Ooh.
Oh.
Brian Little, Pale Horse. I fish in the southern zone. I think more than advocating for my southern zone fishery, I'm going to advocate for the northern zone fishery. Because I agree, we have problems in the south and we need to address them. The north has been operating essentially flawlessly for decades. If they slip up, if something happens, we can revisit it. But to impose regulation, ramp type protocols scare the hell out of me. I've watched what they've done to the Dungeness crab fishery, giving the director the ability to, we invest tens of thousands of dollars, in the Dungeness crab fishery. We don't know when we're going, when we're ending, how much gear we're using. We're trying to find crews to do all that. And it just scares the hell out of me to bring that to another fishery over a hypothetical. We're not even, we're talking about one entanglement in blackcod gear, whatever, 10 years ago. If we have a problem, we can have that discussion. But as we go down this path, I think we need to protect and preserve these guys up north and what's been a really clean fishery while we address the issues down south.
Yeah. I think you heard.
Yeah, I just want to make a really quick clarification on what Ryan had talked about, like a ramp style process. So we are not engaging in the ramp that you guys would be thinking about with crab, with aerial assessments. No. The piece of it, I think that there's a bit of ramp when it comes to the director has the ability to make a decision. And then like specifically in the recreational crab fleet, if risk is elevated, they consult the president of the commission. So I think the applicability there was just that little piece. So I don't want to scare folks and say we're developing a whole ramp thing, because that's not. It's just, we think that there are some things and regulations from the sport crab fleet, from the notification side of it, from a declaration side, that may or may not be applicable.
The main point here is to involve an industry discussion to dial these things, and so we get it right on things like north versus south and so on. Listen, on the authority for the director, the thought was, and I think it actually, I know I can understand the stress it puts you under not knowing, right? But the thought was, and I was very actively involved with that introduction and giving up some authority to the commission because we can't do anything on a rapid basis. We're just not geared towards that, right? We can't call a meeting that quickly. We can't act quickly. That allowed the director to it right when it's needed, not have the commission say, okay, we think this is gonna be a problem. We better put in place a month or two ahead of time. So the goal was to try to limit the shutdown rather than it's not making it arbitrary. It's actually trying to make it much more tailored so that it's as limited as possible. But I understand the stress it puts you under not knowing when that's gonna happen.
Yeah, and for the guys up north, again, when I think ramp, I think abundance triggers, I think habitat compression index, I think of all these crazy things, right? It's one thing to say, oh my God, we just tangled 2 whales in Crescent City. Okay, we gotta act. It's another thing to say, hey, we might tangle a whale. We're gonna shut you guys down because there's whales swimming around. That's the part that scares me. When you get around abundance.
Understood. That's not what the goal is here. The goal is to really carefully tailor something here. Again, partly in large part to protect the industry. Right.
And the only other thing, that's what I had to say about the north. For the south, one of the things, I mean, I've spent a lot of money, hopefully insulating myself from some of this through pop-up gear. As we go down this road, and I've told Jeff this, I've told the department, we'd really like exemption from in-season management if we've chosen to voluntarily take our vertical lines out of the water. When it comes to depth restrictions, hot spots, and that, I think that's a way to promote people fishing in that area to use the gear to get insulation from those potential regulations in season management.
Please.
I'm Palizari, I got the fishing vessel ed letter. If this is a real whale issue, I think you gotta raise the number of traps you can use on a ground line. Just you're taking more vertical lines out of the water. Especially up north. I don't like fishing the 15. I'm fishing north, but I'm from the Bay Area. I've done both. I had to chop up my ground lines just to go fish across the imaginary line.
Right.
A lot of time and effort.
Yes.
But more buoys in the water also.
Right.
And as far as line marking goes, possibly down the road, we don't have a lot of buoys. A good friend of mine, he's on a whale working group up in Westport. And, all their entanglements, he was telling me, I mean, this is coming right from the horse's mouth. They had 95% entanglements was known with the actual crab buoy on it. So that's 1 out of every 20 that doesn't. So I think with the limited number of vertical lines, we don't need to go down a line marking route. That's what I'm getting at.
Okay.
And more traps on the ground line's better. It's better. It's just a better idea.
Yeah, I'm Wes Taylor. I've run for, around probably 30+ years. I got 3 boats, the Gemini, the Mrs. Echo, and the Miss G. And I'm against pop-up gear in our area, in the northern management area, due to the fact that, we tangle up anyways with buoys because the current moves the gear 50 yards sometimes when you set it. So the pop-up gear is there, and you set this string here, goes over top of the pop-up gear, you got tangled up gear. And it's because of the current. There's just enough buoys there where there's not really all that much room to try to use pop-up gear. And so that's one of the things I'm against. And I prefer to have the L number for the ID number versus the boat ID number. Because I got 3 boats.
Right.
I theoretically can't even fish with my other boat. I have to bring all that gear in, switch all the buoys around with the correct boat number.
Got it.
And take it back out.
Okay. We can, that's something that can be addressed easily. Thank you.
And theoretically, 3 out of the 6 of us have multiple boats that have permits in the northern management area.
Got it.
So therefore, you could have 9 to 10, 90 vertical lines versus 6 or 7 vertical lines.
So totally.
You're actually adding lines to the water potentially by using the boat ID number.
Yeah, totally got it. That's why it's so invaluable having, people from the boats come out here and talk about it. This is super helpful.
Right. And, obviously northern management area is totally different than the southern management area. And then when I get the word entanglements, it's really frustrating because
it's one
entanglement is what northern management area is about.
Right.
And
totally hear you.
Ground line wise in our area, they're talking about sinking line, neutral line, floating line. In the northern management area, the gear is usually, our gear in Crescent City is between 30 and 42 feet apart.
Okay.
So in other words, you would have to strip off, a whole bunch of pots would have to come off the line somehow, which doesn't happen. And then it would have to break in the middle and float up. And it's almost an impossibility. The only line you ever catch or get tangled up with is somebody's buoy line that's floating. Or, floats because you could pick up the trap, but not the middle of the ground line. So basically I'm against, you should be able to use any ground line you want. And we kind of need to know if something's gonna change because we gotta adapt and it takes a lot of time.
That time to re-rig
to
all
deal
that.
with it, yeah, lots, hours and hours and hours.
Got it.
Inexpensive too.
Got it. Thank you. Jeff.
Thanks. Jeff Shester with the Conservation Group Oceana. We also were signatories on there was a letter signed by 6 environmental organizations on this issue to the MRC. So I wanted to start by really just kind of thanking the fishermen and the department and the commission for being proactive on this. I mean, this is one of the fisheries where I think a lot of folks saw there are some concerns and kind of did try to figure out in advance what can be done about this. And I mean, at least from my organization's perspective, want to see the guys here and the folks in the fishery be able to continue to have a robust business and continue to keep fishing with Coonstripe. In listening to what's been said today, as well as just numerous conversations in the past, I do think there is a difference between the northern and southern zone, and that's why when we're talking about looking at a transition to pop-up gear, we are really focused just on the southern zone at this point for that. The southern zone does seem to have really high disproportionate number of entanglements relative to the number of lines across even lots of fisheries, right? It's a very high risk. There isn't really a low risk time during the season or low risk areas, and trying to get some fancy Cadillac management system in place with all the uncertainty versus just thinking about a pop-up gear transition. I think pop-up gear just makes a lot more sense. I was really, I've been collaborating with Brand, got to go on his boat last year. He shared with me some really, I think, useful data, which I'm happy to share as well, kind of the more raw stuff. But in 57 trips, he was able to retrieve 595 strings, totaling 23,800 pots, and basically had 0 gear loss on all of those trips, and had to grapple 2 times out of those 595, meaning a reliability rate of the pop-up of 99.7%. And then, of course, he was able to grapple those 2 times that the pop-up gear had a tangle in the line. Super impressive results with, highly successful in terms of profitability. This does look like in the southern region, a good way forward. We're suggesting a 3-year transition period for that area. But then, I think for the northern zone, right, I think we're seeing there's not been a lot of entanglements, and that one, like you said, it was the sablefish fishery that originally caused that. But I do think we don't want to be in a situation if there is an entanglement where, we don't have the tools to do anything about it. And so I think having some sort of specific limits, thinking about it based on if there's an entanglement, not before there's an entanglement, but I think consistent with what Brand said, if there is one, have some very specific things that can be done. It makes me super nervous to hear you say a whole ramp style things, and I don't think that's where people are going. But I do think having that the example of the recreational fishery, where the director did want to do something, a collaboration with the commission staff, makes a lot of sense. And then I do think there does seem to be common ground on that third element of kind of limiting and preventing more vertical lines from entering this fishery. That doesn't seem like a good idea from whales or the existing fishery perspective. So really focusing on that. So the director authority, the pop-up transition for the south only, and then and basically the third thing I said. So I think I'm good.
Please.
My name's Cyrus Sultani. I'm an Ocean Campaign Associate with Environment California, and we're glad to see the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, along with the Commission, working with scientists, fishermen, and NGOs to reduce the risk whales face from entanglement in a variety of fisheries across our state. As we all know, humpbacks are still being entangled at unsustainable levels off our coast, and this is happening at a time when their populations are already in decline. And that is why we're excited to see this discussion about how California can continue to move forward with better protections for whales against entanglement. Thank you.
Terrific, thank you. I see one online. Go ahead, Ben, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly jump in with one of the additional things that were mentioned. I was talking about ground line. Actually, a question for Brandon, Troy, and the people, the fishermen. In terms of ground line, I know that when we had initially had this conversation last year, there's some concerns about like sticky bottom in the north and concerns about having to use a more weighted line to connect the traps. But curious to hear if there are any initial thoughts on having some sort of neutrally buoyant or weighted line to connect traps in the north and in the south, but I guess particularly thinking more in the south, and since that's where a lot of this conversation is focused.
Great, Ben. Thank you. We'll let Troy go first.
Well, what Wes was saying is in the north, we have our pots. I mean, like I run mine at 24 feet apart, 4 fathoms, which is 6 feet in a pound. So you have the 10-pound pot every 24 to 40 feet. There is no belly in that rope. It's not the anchors at the end holding it, it's those pots. So there's no belly. There's really no reason to go to neutral. Now in the south, they spread them out longer, further apart. So there is the belly. In the crab pop-up gear, they have them way far apart and the current push them together. In our fisheries, with those pots being that close together, there is no floating rope. There is no nothing. So there's no reason to switch those ground lines over. Like Wes said, you'd have to strip everyone off in the middle and then pull the anchors together to ever have for a whale.
I think we got it.
So
the other side of that, there is an importance for it in the south, and I think this is another distinction between the two fisheries, right? I know these guys. I mean, they all fish on the same spot and they fish so tight that this goes to show you there's not whales swimming through there, because from what I've seen, if there was whales swimming around that gear, they would all be switching to sinking line. It was that bad for me in the south, where I threw all my line away and spent the money on sinking line because the whales were dragging my ground lines all over the place. They don't tangle up because there's so much resistance on it, but they drag them and then they break them and swim off we're not losing any rope. And it was such an issue that, I had to. Okay. So again, two separate fisheries.
Okay. So, I heard you loud and clear on the ramp process. I might ask you. So let's not even call it that. We're talking about a working group, really working with the team here to evaluate it with a real emphasis on the south, obviously. But there may be some regs that make sense to make coast wide, right? I mean, whether it's line or whether it's buoy mark.
Yeah.
I mean, if we do some buoy markings, it would be the same probably for everybody, right? Anyway, so and again, and the licensing issue of traps versus boat, we had to be consistent across the coast on those. But just give me one more second. Otherwise, I suggest that we do that, and that when you guys bring it back to us once you've worked through these issues and narrowed it down. Please.
Well, I was going to suggest if we could pull up the slide that the department had as part of our presentation. We flagged, I think, 3 items. I mean, I don't think we can we can't do everything in that list, nor should we think that it's necessary. So specifically, like buoy registration and line marking, it's an option, but that's not something I think that we need at this moment.
Okay, good.
So within the presentation, the department did flag gear endorsement as something that we felt was worthy of additional vetting and conversation.
Right.
We thought, Brian, help me out here.
Jen, can you bring the PowerPoint presentation back up?
The in-season action, I think the folks here have highlighted, there's a lot of things that we need to work through. Devil is in the details, and we may talk about it and work through it and realize there's some fatal flaws. But I think it's important to have a conversation and figure out what is all in that.
Slide number?
Second to last.
Jen.
Because I think what we need is a very narrow, there we go, right there. And then the last one, transition to a pop-up fishing gear. So I think we heard pretty clearly in the south, and recognizing that we can look at differences between north and south. But I think if we can focus on just a few things, that way it's clear to the public what we are going to be talking about and what we're not going to be talking about. I think that would be helpful.
Go ahead.
So
Really helpful.
one of
Thank
the
you.
things earlier on in this situation, guys identified as a measure was limited entry, and then it got left off of this part. And I think it's important. I know the department's not thrilled about going limited entry. I know the commission, specifically Samantha Murray, has expressed interest in the potential. And I just want to remind everybody that, there's about 4 criterias that the commission, via their own policy 2.1 should consider when deciding whether to do restricted access. And I think this fishery is a prime example of all 4, right? There's some serious issues in not just sustainability with whales, market conditions, grounds. These are very limited grounds. We're all competing for the same markets, right? When I entered the scene, I stole their outlets, right? There's not this infinite supply of markets. So we're stealing from each other. This fishery is as big as it can get. And I know that's not important to talk about in the realm of whale entanglements, but because we're opening up this conversation due to whale entanglements, it's probably time to also analyze limited entry and how it would apply to this fishery as part of the process.
Just kind of brand, but we mentioned it a few times about the endorsement thing. And like this year, he's not new to the fishery. He fished the South, but he came up there, fished out of Cousin City, and he sat right on top of all of us. Nobody is ever gonna go to where they won't make money. So you can't give somebody the chance to come up with pop-up gear when we can't even see it. I mean, we could be on the app, but I mean, they can't just come throw it out, on top of us. And like you said, with the pop-up gear, your boat's going here and you're setting it, you stop your line, but that set drifts 40 or 50 yards. So I go through the app and I'm assuming his line's right here, because I don't know which way the current was that day, but it's not, it's over here. And I can't see it besides on the app. So then that's how close we're fishing. It's not like crab gear where they give each other that drifting room. So you really can't give us vertical lines and then tell someone else that they can go out there with pop-up.
Fair enough.
I mean,
Fair,
it's
that's
either
a good
limited
point.
entry or it's not, because they're gonna come to where the prawns are.
Got it. Okay, I'm gonna wrap it up. I'm sorry, Jeff, go ahead.
Yeah, I think I was gonna essentially second what Joanna was suggesting, kind of limiting it to those 3 points, but then clarifying that for the pop-up transition, we're just talking about the southern region, and limit it to that area, and then and then for the director authority, try to really focus out on in the event of an entanglement type of a discussion, so it's so that we can constrain this and keep it without freaking everybody out as much.
Okay, so we're gonna wrap up. Samantha, I know that most of all the discussions have been really up here, but want to give you a chance to weigh in. But my suggestion is that we ask the department to work with the industry on those 3 topics and with a real distinction between north and south.
That sounds good to me.
Cool.
To clarify, what about the gear marking and the ground line consideration?
The buoys are marked already. That's
Okay.
in law.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm interpreting this as we're not going to explore buoy registration. We're not going to explore line marking. I think what we could do is to address Wes's comment. So I know that in lieu, the reason that the buoy, the numbers on the buoys had to change was to be able to enforce the vertical line limits and the gear limits. And so perhaps as part of that, we can think about some creative cattle tag solution or some other maybe low cost way to still enforce the limits, but I mean, we can work with enforcement. So I think that's
So you
something
guys will figure that out.
we can add to the mix as well.
All right, great. Well, thank you all. Thank you all for being here. It's a good discussion. I hope you guys are feeling good about where we're going with it. And I know that the staff at the department will work really hard on you with this. So with that, we're going to break for lunch. It's now 12:30. We're going to come back at 1 o'clock. And we'll start on with item number 6. Oh yeah, I'm sorry, 35 minutes, 1:05. And we'll come back to item number 6, which is kelp restoration. Thank you all. We'll see you in about half an hour. We're going to pick up on, we're back at the California Fish and Game Commission Marine Resources Committee meeting. And it's now 1 o'clock and we've just come back from lunch. We're going to pick up where we left off on item number 6, which is kelp restoration management plan development. I'm going to have Susan kick us off and then we're going to get Kristen Elsmore to talk about it.
Great, thank you. So this is a multi-year process that you have been tracking for a while now. And this is the development of a kelp restoration and management plan. two work groups have been meeting regularly with the department, and they are at new stages in the development, their input into the development of the plan. Your most recent Marine Resources Committee update, the most recent presentation and verbal update was at the July MRC meeting last year, as well as at the April 2026 Tribal Committee meeting. So that was the next opportunity to provide the update to them and have a discussion. You also received a written update on efforts and participant engagement in November. So for today's update, you're going to receive a number of updates from the department. I also want to highlight that within your meeting materials, there is a collaboratively developed report on the Tanker Reef project in Monterey. And so thank you to the team that worked on that, the department, Keith Rootsart and others. So I just got an echo.
Yeah, that was
apology. I don't know why.
Okay,
go.
Perfect. So so that report is in there, and just for your information, we have a presentation by Kristen Elsmore, the department's kelp expert, one of them.
Yep.
And she is joining us by Zoom.
Welcome, Kristen. And go ahead, please.
Thank you so much for having me, commissioners. Good afternoon. I'm going to keep my camera off because I'm having a little bit of technical challenges. So, but we'll go ahead and jump right into it. Thank you so much for, oh, pardon?
I'm saying we can see your presentation, so go ahead.
Great. Okay. Thank you so much. Next slide, please. All right, to get us started for today's agenda item, I'll be providing an update on the development of the kelp restoration and management plan, including an overview of the development process, a working timeline for progress to date, as well as a look forward into the next phase of the development process. Next slide, please. Oh, pardon, sorry. Back one slide, sorry. Thank you. The overarching goals and objectives of the management plan are to develop a robust, adaptive, climate-ready approach to managing, protecting, and restoring our giant and bull kelp forest ecosystems throughout the state for consideration and adoption by the Fish and Game Commission. The core components of the plan will include an overarching ecosystem-based management framework that includes adaptive kelp harvest approach, and a restoration toolkit that provides a suite of management options, as well as the context in which restoration tools and approaches may be most effective. Next slide, please. The design of the kelp restoration and management development process entails a multi-pronged approach consisting of the multiple groups that Susan just mentioned, so a science advisory committee, a tribal engagement approach, as well as consultation and a community working group, to ensure that the development of the plan itself is informed by the best available science and community and tribal perspectives across the state of California. Next slide, please. Recommendations developed by the community working group, science being packaged by the science advisory committee, input from my tribal engagement approach, which I'll walk through in a moment, as well as results from a suite of ongoing on-the-ground research are collectively helping shape that plan. And we are currently in the drafting phase as we continue to gather recommendations and key pieces of information from this suite of input channels outlined above. Oh, sorry, still on this one. Once drafted, the KRMP will be peer reviewed, and then we'll transition into the regulatory process with the Fish and Game Commission for a consideration for adoption and implementation. We anticipate sharing the plan with tribes following the peer review in late summer of 2027, just ahead of presenting the plan itself to the MRC in fall of 27, which will kick off that full commission process, which will continue into early 2028. I'd like to note that earlier versions of the development timeline indicated the implementation process was anticipated to begin in 2027. And so just noting that this timeline is in line with the originally proposed timeline proposed back at MRC in March of 2023 when we kicked off this whole process. Next slide, please. The suite of tribal engagement efforts that we've undertaken so far are shown here on the slide, but I just want to highlight what we've done over this past year, which is distributed a tribal notification letter, hosted a tribal community forum that was focused on hearing how the tribal community wants to engage in the process, as well as gathering input on tribal priorities and concerns for Kelp. We also provided an update on the KRMP to development to the Tribal Committee back in April of this year. And then as ongoing throughout the process, we've had tribal representation on both the Community Working Group and Science Advisory Committee. And these members have continued to support integration of tribal voices and expertise into the plan itself, as well as broader considerations for implementation down the line. Next slide, please. The Community Working Group is an advisory body composed of California Native American tribes, stakeholders, and interested members of the public that was established to inform the KRMP development, and they play a crucial role in the development process, helping share information out about the KRMP development with their broader communities and networks, as well as gathering and sharing their communities' perspectives, interests, and feedback back to the department. Over the past year, the Community Working Group has convened across a number of meetings to develop, and vote upon what ultimately was a suite of about 20 recommendations for us to consider as we develop and draft the plan. The meeting summary and suite of recommendations are currently being reviewed by the Community Working Group members to ensure they're accurately reflecting the meeting and voting record. And once finalized, they'll be posted up on the KRMP webpage, and we anticipate that to be in the next week or so. Next slide, please. The Science Advisory Committee is another advisory body tasked with providing scientific expertise to ensure that the best available and most current science is directly integrated into the plan. Over the course of this past year, the SAC has been refining how we will assess the status of kelp ecosystems throughout the state, as well as evaluating potential management strategies, including the readiness and application of different restoration techniques that will collectively make up the restoration toolkit. Next slide, please. I'd like to provide just a little bit more detail here regarding the suite of restoration tools that are being assessed through that process and considered within the KRMP's restoration toolkit. As you may recall from previous kelp updates, there's a broad suite of projects, such as those funded through the KRRP and AKRP programs that are collectively informing the KRMP. And I don't have time to update you on all those projects, but would like to draw your attention to Exhibit 2 in the binder, which documents results from one of the commission-supported projects that's also helping inform the KRMP, the Tinker Reef report. So looking at this suite of tools that are being assessed, generally they're falling into three broad categories, which include managing grazing pressure, which includes things like directly removing or moving grazers from the system or modifying grazer behavior, as well as managing competitive pressure, so removing invasive species or considering removing invasive species that are outcompeting kelp, as well as managing the kelp spore supply and availability, which includes things like translocating kelp from a neighboring forest or culturing kelp in the lab and then outplanting back into the wild. There's also some approaches that I just want to acknowledge are outside of the scope of the KRMP based on their management falling within other facets of the department, such as MPAs and artificial reefs, or outside of the department's management authority, such as managing sea otter populations, which falls within the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Authority. Next slide, please. I'd also like to provide a brief update on one of the critical studies addressing knowledge gaps around bull kelp biomass and harvest. The results from this project here are central to informing the consideration of harvest management within the KRMP. And there's a study that was state funded being led by researchers at Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution and in partnership with harvesters, commercial kelp harvesters, and is providing quantitative metrics for both giant kelp and bull kelp biomass production. And partnerships with commercial kelp harvesters in Northern, Central, and Southern California are ensuring that we have both experience-based and data-driven information to shape the considerations for harvest management. Drone surveys, as you can see in the photo in the upper right here, paired with commercial harvest activities, are enabling direct measurements before, during, and after harvest occurs. And imagery that's been collected to date has been collected in Southern and Central California, and most recently, Northern California as well. And so with that, next slide, please. Looking ahead for the remainder of this year and a bit beyond, as we're continuing to draft the KRMP, the project team is going to be supporting additional opportunities for California Native American tribes to provide input and engage on the KRMP development. I just would like to note this is in addition to formal government-to-government consultation on the KRMP, which can occur at any point throughout the development process and beyond. The community working group will continue to gather their community input and priorities to feed back in and help inform the key components of the KRMP. We're anticipating 1 to 2 more meetings with the group within this calendar year, which will conclude that element of the process. The Science Advisory Committee will continue to evaluate the potential management strategies and integrate results from ongoing projects to inform the evaluations of potential restoration tools and approaches that we just walked through, as well as harvest frameworks and other considerations that we need to ensure the KRMP is scientifically robust. They'll also be helping us put all the components together to build out the decision tree associated with the overarching management framework for the KRMP. And with that in mind, we look forward to coming back to the MRC in November to present the draft management framework that will make up the plan. And at that point, that's when we'll be stepping through the science behind the decision-making process within that framework around kelp, and as well as identifying how the tribal input and community working group recommendations were folded into that framework. Next slide, please. For folks interested who may not have been aware of this process or are wanting to get caught up, you can follow along with our project progress to date on our website, which is, sorry, I guess we don't have the website directly on here, but happy to provide that to folks. And then feel free to reach out to us at kelp@wildlife.ca.gov with any questions. With that, I will thank you for your time and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Elsmore. I really appreciate it. We appreciate all your long and hard work on this, and it feels really good, like we're starting to reach a critical point in the process, which I think everybody will be happy to hear. So thank you very much.
Thanks.
And with that, Samantha, how many people in the room do you have who'd like to speak on this issue?
Would anyone like to speak on this issue?
So just had a question.
We've just got one speaker and it is Katie, and she has a question. Hi.
I'm sorry, it was my fault. We do have a presentation real quickly that we're going to go to, but I do want to, we'll come right back to you, Katie. I apologize. I do want to ask anybody who's online and would like to speak on this to raise your hand on Zoom or press *9 on your phone if you're on a phone, and we'll get to you in a few minutes. And with that, I'd like to go to Keith Rustart, who's got a 3-minute presentation for us. Keith, you there?
I am here. Yes. My presentation is to address the Tankers Reef report, which Dr. Elsmore was going to present as well, I think, or maybe she's not. I don't know.
She didn't, so I guess she's not.
Okay. Well, can we pull up my presentation then, and I'll speak to that? Thank you very much. My name is Keith Rustart. I'm with the Giant Kelp Restoration Project. And the Tankers Reef report was published, that's fine. The Tankers Reef report was published 5 years after we began work on kelp restoration in Monterey. Next slide, please. as you can see from the cover, I am cited as an author, but I very much disagree with the conclusions in the report and believe that this misinforms the KRMP. I see things differently. After the culling stopped in 2023, the kelp was eaten by more than 100,000 baby urchins that spawned after the adults ate our restored kelp forest, as predicted. This report shows the kelp survived. But as of last Saturday, it did not. Bottom line, next slide, please. Divers restored kelp. Next slide, please. We want to thank all of our project partners and allies for making this possible, and the hundreds of volunteer reef check and G2KR divers who donated their time to come out and do this hard work and uncomfortable work. We truly appreciate the amazing and inspiring effort that went into this from all the volunteers. Next slide, please. This is a different presentation. Can you, next slide, please? I'll just skip it. Next slide, please. There, next slide, please. Sorry. There. We see things differently because our time window extends a year longer than the agency monitoring. Rather than read a 22-page report, we invite you to check out our extensive video collection of 231 videos that we've created here. There are playlists with different categories of videos, including time-lapse, reconnaissance, webinars, political events, and grid perimeter surveys. And there's Susan there. That's great. Next slide, please. The grid perimeter surveys were accomplished with the GoPro Hero by swimming around or using a diver propulsion vehicle to follow the grid perimeter counterclockwise so you can see the differences over 5 years. For the June Fish and Game Commission meeting, I sampled 4 videos, and you can see that stopping our community restoration effort resulted in more urchins than when we started, and the consumption of all the kelp on the grid. There are a dozen videos, and you can play them side by side and see with your own eyes the transformation of the kelp forest. It is interesting to see the succession, but ultimately it is very sad. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. This is a different version here. Next slide. This is some of our reports here. I'll talk to this just a second. We have a lot of information that we want to make available to everybody who's interested in this project, including space and time information about the boundaries, the buoys, the wayfinding, benthic substrate, urchins and kelp, and culling activities, invasive species, marine artifacts. And we have video GPS tracks of all of this whole area over time. So, next slide, please. Let's just skip this. Next slide. You don't want to see this. Next slide.
Apologies for that mistake.
Yeah, thank you, Melissa. I changed it on the last minute. It's my doing. It's from not feeling well and trying to skip things. Next slide, please. Okay. This is kind of interesting. I'll talk about it since it's here. It's kind of hard to visualize temperature and sunlight over depth. So we have created this whole new kind of graphic for this, which is a curtain. And the buoys, there's a buoy there, and it has temperature loggers on it at 1 foot, 15 foot, 25 feet, and 35 feet. We've been monitoring it for a long time, 6 months. And we have some time here. This is from the earlier in 2023. And you can see these stripes in it. And that's when there was marine heat waves. And that's when it was 63 degrees at the surface during this time. And you can see where over time it kind of petered out, and then the sunlight kind of did the opposite effect, and where it was less sunlight at depth. And this is important because sunlight's important for kelp. And if you don't have sunlight, the kelp won't grow, depending on where it is in its life cycle, whether it's on the bottom or if it's a canopy. And we can certainly get that to you if you like. Next slide, please. And this one, at the April regional meeting, I mentioned to Samantha that Natural Bridges used to have an inner arch. And I found this picture of 3-year-old me and my grandmother before the inner arch, and it collapsed in 1980. And the coast of California has definitely changed dramatically over time. but that little boy is as determined as ever. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith. Thank you as always. Appreciate it. So with that, I see I'm going to go to the hands online first. So we're going to go to Annie and then Dan. Annie, please go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Great. Good afternoon, commissioners and staff. I'm Annie Bauer-Civiello from Reef Check. I was one of the people who assisted with the report, and I just wanted to offer my time to answer any questions you might have. This is specific to the Tinkers Reef project. I also thought it might be helpful to provide some context around the report numbers and kelp and urchins, and to bring how Tinkers was doing compared to the surrounding sites in Monterey. We have 7 sites along Cannery Row that kind of surround Tinkers Reef that we've been monitoring since 2006. Before the heat wave, giant kelp stipe densities averaged between 2 to 4 meters per squared across those 7 sites. And at its highest, Tinkers Reef reached approximately 2 stipes per meter squared by 2023. So that means that the kelp densities at Tinkers were within the realm what was observed at Monterey sites before the heat wave, which speaks to the success of the project. At the same time, this is at the same time when 3 of our long-term, of the 7 of our long-term monitoring sites had turned into barrens. I also wanted to note that these other sites have substantially different substrate and consist of granite rather than slate, which is considered better for kelp. When the project started, urchin densities were 7 individuals per meter squared in 2021, which was not far off from that area mean between those 7 sites. And then in 2025, as of our last survey, they rose again to about the same as the area mean within those last sites. The last thing I wanted to mention is that in this report, we also collected data beyond the urchin and kelp story, including invertebrates and fish. And it's important to note that our preliminary review of the data, we didn't see any meaningful changes in invertebrate density, but we did see some significant increases in the young of the year rockfish. And for me, that kind of raises the question for future restoration work and informing the KRMP is to consider what is recovery beyond the kelp and urchin story and the need for long-term restoration studies to determine this recovery. I just wanted to emphasize too, for Reef Check, we plan to work collaboratively along CDFW and NOAA to publish these results, and we'll continue to monitor the site. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. I see Dan, I believe. Yeah, Dan, go ahead, please. Dan
Yeah,
Abbott.
hi there. Thank you. Thank you, commissioners. My name is Dan Abbott. I run the kelp forest monitoring for the Reef Check Foundation. And I also wanted to speak about the Tinkers report and provide a little bit more context and colors. I think it's a really incredible project and report. So I was heavily involved in this project as part of the original advisory team, along with James Ray and Mike Escrow and Steve Lonhart and Jan Freiwald, and of course, Keith Russart. I helped develop the study plan. I installed the physical grid, and I oversaw the monitoring and personally conducted a lot of it as well. I've spent a lot of time underwater at Tinkers in the last five years. Keith Russart is a longtime Reef Check volunteer, and before the heat wave, when he transitioned to kelp restoration, he was my #1 volunteer and instructor. Part of our mission at Reef Check is to empower communities to get involved in ocean management, and I like to think that what our actions empowered Keith a little bit, even if I often disagree with him and indeed occasionally squirm in my seat as he makes statements that don't always make me comfortable. But Keith is very passionate about kelp. Anyways, I wanted to highlight some successes from this project, which are in the report, but just to give a little bit more background. So when the advisory team first started, we were really unsure if recreational divers could reduce urchin densities low enough. We didn't know if there would be enough volunteers that would travel to the site. We didn't know if urchins would just pour back into the site from surrounding areas. I told Keith once I thought it'd be easier for him to shovel water off of the site than get rid of the urchins. But the one person who had no doubt was, of course, Keith. Like I said, I frequently disagree with Keith, and I generally like to think that I'm right. But in this case, I'm happy to proclaim that Keith was indeed right. And he really mobilized an army of volunteers wielding hammers, motivated by a desire to save kelp, to reduce urchin densities below this target, proving that community efforts can make a real impact. And I think he deserves a lot of credit for that. The second success was kelp growth on the site. And this was not a foregone conclusion at all. I remember James Ray making a very important point in the beginning that Keith would only be evaluated on reducing urchin density, which we could affect, but not kelp growth, because there was still a lot of skepticism if urchin removal would promote kelp growth. This was back in 2020, only a few years after the marine heat wave and the kelp collapse, and a lot of people in the management and scientific community were skeptical that removal could really make an important impact. I know I was skeptical after our efforts in Noyo Harbor and Mendocino and Lover's Point in Monterey resulted in only modest kelp growth. But of course, Keith was not skeptical, and within a year of his effort, it was clear that it was having an effect. And by the fall of 2023, there was a full-blown kelp forest on the site, complete with understory algae and even drift algae. He proved that urchin removal can be an effective pathway to kelp restoration in California, and that success cannot be overstated. It was a wondrous thing to dive that site and watch this barren area transform to a forest, and know it was done by a highly motivated group of volunteers. So again, Keith, nice work for you and your army. You were right. The third and final success I want to highlight is the success of collaboration. This project was a true collaboration between the department, NOAA, Keith, Reef Check, and ultimately this commission, which granted the permission for this work. Different entities with different interests and values came together and found common ground to accomplish a major project with huge implications and meeting a variety of goals. Though this collaboration did eventually break down, I think it shows the value of working with different people and groups, even if their values, goals, and perspective differs significantly from yours. Because after all, you never know. They may be right. So anyways, I hope we take these lessons from tankers and incorporate them into the KRMP and provide a pathway for community involvement in community-based projects in kelp restoration in California. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Ken. We have any speakers in the room? Yeah, please come on up. And Samantha, we'll come to your folks in a few minutes. How many people do you have in the room who want to speak?
I think still just Katie.
Okay,
Just one.
I'm sorry, Katie. We'll come right back to you in just a sec, Katie. Please.
Good afternoon. My name is Cyrus Sultani, and I'm an Ocean Campaign Associate with Environment California. First of all, we're incredibly grateful to see the Commission and state's commitment to restoring our kelp forests, since in the last decade, roughly 90% of our Northern Californian kelp forest habitat has been lost. However, we are still disappointed to see that the KRMP is not analyzing the conservation of existing kelp forests through marine protected areas, as studies show that kelp forests inside marine protected areas better recover from heat waves and other pressures such as urchins, and that these remaining protected healthy kelp forests can help seed the recovery of damaged areas nearby. We hope that future iterations of the KRMP will consider this tool as one that can help contribute to kelp restoration and management in the state. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, with that, Samantha, Katie, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Katie O'Donnell, Wild Coast. Thank you, Kristen, for that presentation. I just was curious, you said there's 2 more community group meetings, and I was just curious if there's opportunities for others to join those community group meetings at all. There's like 23 people in the group, but that's all. Just wondering about opportunities there.
Yeah, thanks so much. Sorry, is it okay to answer?
Yeah, please.
Yep. Okay, sorry. Thanks for that question. And that is not, those meetings are not open to the public, but we strongly encourage you to reach out to any of the community working group members to connect with them ahead of time to help share your priorities, concerns, and if there's any pathways for them to share back with you what they learned from those meetings. Really, our community working group members are serving as conduits to the broader public, and so highly encourage you to reach out to them and use them in that way. I see, of course, Dan and Annie are on here. I'm not sure if Jan Frywall is joining us. I don't see any other community working group members on the call right now. They might be on here. So happy to connect you with any folks if you see the list of names and want to get connected with specific people and don't have their info. Feel free to just reach out at Kelp at Wildlife and we can get you in touch.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Anybody else in La Jolla?
No.
Okay, Commissioner Murray, I assume you feel the way I do, that, really thrilled that this is moving along and that to look forward to the next year and a half or 2 years as we really get to the final plan.
Yep.
Okay, good. All right, with that, we're on to updates and administrative items. The first one is an update from Katie from OPC. Come on up, Katie.
Hi, Sarah.
Good to see you as always.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Katie Siri, Fisheries and Aquaculture Program Manager for OPC. A number of updates today, but I'll try to keep it as brief as I can. So first on the Coastal Zone Management Program Review, last month, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Association, or NOAA, announced that it will hold a series of public meetings as part of its evaluations of the California Coastal Management Program. NOAA is specifically requesting public input on issues including offshore oil production, pipeline maintenance, desalination projects, undersea cables, spaceport infrastructure, and deep seabed mining. These topics are at the center of ongoing federal efforts to expand development along and offshore of our coastline. For nearly 50 years, California's Coastal Management Program has helped ensure that decisions affecting the state's coastline balance local community priorities, tribal interests, economic opportunity, public access, and environmental protection. The program operates through a longstanding federal-state partnership established under the Federal Coastal Zone Management Act. But this federal audit could jeopardize California's ability to review the federal administration's recent proposals for offshore oil drilling in federal waters and leave the state with severely limited oversight on actions that could affect the state's coast and bay shorelines. Therefore, we encourage all of our partners to participate in NOAA's public meetings and submit comments. NOAA will hold one in-person meeting on August 10th in Santa Monica and 2 virtual meetings on August 11th and August 12th. Written comments will be accepted through August 22nd. On a more positive note, at our June 16th council meeting, OPC adopted the statewide Marine Aquaculture Action Plan. So we're very extremely grateful for the collaboration with Fish and Game and the department and all of our other agency partners, as well as the overwhelming support and engagement we received from our partners in the process. The action plan establishes a 5-year roadmap for improving governance, ensuring environmental protection, and facilitating sustainable development of marine seaweed and shellfish aquaculture. OPC has already begun implementing several action plan actions. At our June meeting, we approved funding for California Sea Grant to convene a science panel and host workshops with tribes, industry members, and conservation organizations to develop an aquaculture science plan, and also to conduct a landscape assessment of pilot-scale aquaculture in California. We also anticipate inviting tribal consultation later this summer on another action, working in partnership with tribes to identify barriers and vision opportunities for the sustainable development of tribal-led marine aquaculture. OPC will continue to work with the leadership team and other partners to implement these and other actions in the action plan. Turning to fisheries, also at our June council meeting, OPC approved nearly $4 million in funding to support adaptive fisheries management for California. These projects included convening expert working group to provide recommendations for innovative fisheries management, supporting management processes and robust partner engagement for the barred sand bass, white sea bass, and California halibut fisheries, testing gear modifications for the halibut trawl fishery in collaboration with fishermen, and supporting state observers for the halibut trawl fishery. So we're very grateful for our collaboration with the department and look forward to moving forward on all of those projects. Additionally, OPC staff have begun the development of a climate-ready fisheries strategy for California in close coordination with the department and Fish and Game staff. The strategy will build upon the foundation established by guiding documents such as the Master Plan for Fisheries and the Commission's Coastal Fishing Communities Policy. The strategy will provide top priorities for management action, research, monitoring, and strategic investments to strengthen the climate resilience of California's marine fisheries and ensure that our management efforts continue to be proactive, flexible, and responsive in the face of climate change. The strategy will help guide engagement with California Native American tribes, interagency action, and coordination with all of our external partners. Excuse me. OPC invited early tribal consultation on the strategy last month, and we are hosting 2 tribal roundtables this week. We will be reaching out to key partners to receive early input on the strategy's development in the coming months, and we anticipate inviting tribal consultation on the draft strategy this fall with public release and comment to follow. And we anticipate bringing a final strategy for consideration to our council in spring 2027. So really looking forward to that collaboration moving forward. Also at our June council meeting, it was a busy one. OPC approved nearly $3.5 million for 4 projects that advance tribal stewardship of the coast and ocean in California and support OPC's efforts to achieve 30 by 30 in coastal waters. OPC is currently in the process of finalizing our input on petitions received for changes to the MPA network. OPC's input will be delivered to the Fish and Game Commission in advance of the August 12th and 13th commission meeting. A quick note, OPC has been collaborating with California Sea Grant and the department on the development of a California Artificial Reef program. We have released the draft for early tribals consultation, and we will commence a public comment period on July 20th. You can submit public comment on the website once the public comment period opens. Okay, and then final note, as part of an agreement with the Ocean Protection Council, the Southern California Coastal Water Research Project, or SCORP, convened experts in taxonomy, genetics, and intertidal ecology for the inaugural BioBlitz at Scripps in late June and early July as part of the Intertidal Biodiversity DNA Barcode Library Project. Over a 3-week period, subject matter experts collected, cataloged, vouchered, and extracted DNA from hundreds of intertidal organisms spanning the San Diego coastline. So those are all of my updates today. Thank you very much.
As always, a lot going on.
Right. We never rest at ABC.
All right. Thank you for that, Katie. Commissioner Murray, any questions for Katie or anybody there want to comment on her report?
No, I would just say I saw the BioBlitz firsthand. It was totally bananas and all hands on deck and all consuming for everyone involved. Yeah. I don't see anyone with hands raised in response to Katie's report. Nothing here.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, when I would turn now to Captain Brent Chase to give us a LED update, Law Enforcement Division update.
Okay.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Let's bring it up right now.
PowerPoint to come up here. All right. Good afternoon, President Sklar, Commissioner Murray, and Commission staff. My name is Brent Chase, and today I'm presenting the enforcement report for the Department of Fish and Wildlife. Wish to draw attention to the excellent enforcement activities conducted by our wildlife officers in the Marine Enforcement District during the last few months. Next slide, please. First case I'd like to bring to your attention is a recent black sea bass investigation that occurred in June of this year. An off-duty wildlife officer was recreating in Palos Verdes when he received a cow tip from a person who reported anglers aboard a vessel catch and keep a black sea bass offshore of Huntington Beach. Black sea bass are legal to take in California currently. Knowing he had to act quickly, the off-duty officer called the reporting party, obtained a more detailed description of the suspect vessel, and drove to a nearby harbor where CDFW vessels were ready to deploy. The officer also made calls to an LED supervisor who coordinated a team of nearby uniformed wildlife officers to help make the case. Shortly after, the team of officers spotted the suspect vessel as it was returning to port and made contact. After a thorough inspection, the officers discovered the black sea bass hidden beneath the console of the vessel. The officers then escorted the vessel back to the launch ramp, where the team completed the inspection and later issued citations for observed violations. During the contact, officers noted violations which included illegal take of black sea bass, littering, and possessing 24 hoop nets aboard a vessel. I would like to underscore the commitment exhibited by many of our wildlife officers. A significant number of them carry their department-issued cell phones during their off-duty hours, as they often receive tips from the public concerning current violations. Even when off-duty, they may interrupt their personal activities or attempt to reach another on-duty wildlife officer to respond to these calls. Wildlife officers receive calls around the clock and endeavor to be available whenever possible to ensure that all reports are addressed. Next slide, please. This next case I'd like to highlight occurred in February of this year. During the commercial Dungeness crab season, a commercial fishing vessel came under suspicion for not servicing its traps within the mandated 96-hour trap service interval, as indicated by a notable absence of commercial Dungeness crab landings. A later patrol by one of the CBFW's patrol vessels led to the discovery of the gear and inspection. They pulled the gear board, and during the inspection, they found several violations, which included absence of required destruct devices and buoy identification. Further scrutiny of the commercial vessel uncovered that it lacked the necessary electronic monitoring equipment mandated for Dungeness crab permit holders. Additionally, numerous Dungeness crab biweekly reports were submitted past their deadlines. The investigation revealed that the commercial fishermen had repeatedly failed to service approximately 120 traps within the designated time frame throughout the season, including a significant lapse of 19 days without any landings. This case is currently under review by the Sonoma County District Attorney's Office. Next slide, please. Can we go back to the previous slide? Got one paragraph here. This situation illustrates the dedication of wildlife officers to minimizing entanglements of marine life and safeguarding the fisheries under their jurisdiction. Traps that are left submerged for extended periods may become lost, damaged, or abandoned. Such lost gear can persist on the ocean floor for many years, harming habitats, ensnaring marine organisms, and continuing to capture fish and invertebrates. The 96-hour trap service interval reduces those concerns by requiring traps to be raised and serviced before they present prolonged environmental hazards. Next slide. And this is the last case I have for you. The last case I want to present today is a recent case that highlights wildlife officers' response to a search and rescue mission. In June, wildlife officers were conducting a vessel patrol off of Eureka when they received an urgent mayday call via their VHF radio. Two recreational fishermen were on board a 19-foot vessel that was taking on water and at risk of sinking several miles offshore. The wildlife officers were nearby and were able to respond promptly. They contacted the U.S. Coast Guard to inform them of the situation and maintain constant communication to coordinate rescue efforts. Upon their arrival, the wildlife officers discovered the vessel was disabled and unable to make its way to shore. They observed that seawater had filled the bilge nearly to the bottom of the flooring. Wildlife officers quickly evaluated the situation and deployed one officer onto the vessel with a handheld dewatering pump. This wildlife officer immediately began to pump water out of the bilge. After a few minutes, a considerable amount of water was removed, and it became evident that the inflow of seawater was significantly less than the pump's capacity. Consequently, the decision was made to attempt to have the vessel navigate towards Humboldt Bay under its own power using a secondary trolling motor. The wildlife officers were able to assist the fishermen to safely make it back to shore. Wildlife officers serve as peace officers in the state of California. Their main objective is to safeguard the state's natural resources, yet they frequently face circumstances beyond their official duties. At times, wildlife officers are requested to support other agencies and rescue missions. While on patrol, wildlife officers undertake various responsibilities, including search and rescue operations for distressed vessels. The swift actions and dedication demonstrated by these wildlife officers guaranteed the safe return of the fishermen to port. Next slide, please. And with that, I would like to express my gratitude to President Sklar, Commissioner Murray, and the commission staff for providing me with the opportunity to showcase the exceptional work carried out by the department's wildlife officers. This will bring today's enforcement report to a close, and I'm more than willing to address any questions you may have regarding any of these incidents. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Captain Chase. Really good to have you here, and thanks for the great report. Yeah, and I'm glad you outlined the kind of range of things that wildlife officers do. People often think of you as just being out in the woods, kind of looking for poachers, which is a big job, and it's complicated. Making cases against people who are violating our wildlife laws are very, very difficult. And so the kind of effort you had put into making those cases when necessary is really important. But then the range of things you do, from helping rescue, lost and hunters and fishermen and other people out in the wilderness, to on the water rescues, to pollution prevention and mitigation. The range is incredible, and we're all really grateful. I don't think people realize how few wildlife officers we have in a state the size of California, and so that means every individual one of you has to do an amazing amount of work to do the work of protecting our wildlife and our people. So we thank you for that, and we thank you for being here at these meetings and protecting us. And I really appreciate it. Commissioner Murray, anybody down in your location want to say anything or ask any questions?
No. Yeah, I think we've got one speaker, but really I personally would just like to echo everything that you said, Chair Sklar, and, seeing that range of efforts and, the sacrifices that our LED officers make in terms of like their personal time and when they have days off. And then of course, like the important work on safety as well. I think that was a really good suite of examples to illustrate the range of work that they're all doing. So
the funny thing about that story, the officer who, first got wind of that black sea bass case, he was on a date and his date wasn't too happy that the date was interrupted.
Oh, hopefully you can offer some kind of mitigating matchmaking services. Okay, Donna.
Oh, I just wanted to say what a great job the wardens do. Thank you so much again for coming out on the Fish for Life trips. We just had our third trip of the season, and we had Warden Nick Molesbury and Canine Scout. Scout is an amazing dog that can find lobsters anywhere that someone tries to poach or hide them. But it's amazing to have them come on the boat and explain the program to the kids, and they're just all so nice. So it's something that I know you guys have been sharing it on social media, but it's very impactful, and people love to see the officers come on board in such a wonderful way.
Thanks, Donna. And I'll add, I know the officers are usually the star of the show, but Craig's staff, actually, they do a lot of the coordinating for that event. So
yes.
Thank you to Craig's staff.
She does a great job, and the biologists that come on board do a great job as well. So
yes, I will jump in on that Love Fest. I got a chance, my daughter and I went out on a Fish for Life trip this weekend. So thanks to Donna and to Jim. And it's true, there were department staff out there, Liz and team, and certainly when LED came on, like, they are very charismatic, and the dog is so cute. And so I was really grateful to be able to finally get to go on one of those trips. Super cool program. Was an honor to participate and be able to volunteer and support that trip. So thanks a lot. Thanks for raising that.
Thank you.
I just want to.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Well,
Just from-
thank you all.
Wild Coast also as well. Thank you.
So, I'm taking the mic back. So, with that, I want to turn to Susan and, for a commission staff update.
Yeah, thank you. The only update I'm going to highlight is that it is to build on information that Katie shared during her update related to the development of an OPC climate ready fisheries strategy. What you'll see when you do see that draft is that there are direct overlays with specific objectives and actions in your coastal fishing communities policy. It is a direct pathway to helping support implementation in the areas that we've been able to identify could be achieved with as near-term priorities and perhaps some midterm as well. Our staff, our Sea Grant fellow, Amanda Specht and I are working with Katie and their Sea Grant fellow to develop the materials that we'll bring to the MRC in November that should harmonize with each other and enhance our conversation at that meeting.
Okay, terrific. Thank you, Susan. Anybody else with any other further comments on anything you heard under item number 7?
Well, with all due respect,
Oh, I'm sorry.
Chair Sklar.
Yeah, I skipped Craig. Craig, go ahead, please. I apologize. You gotta understand, Craig, you're about 3/8 of an inch on my screen. The pictures in my eyes are old and bad, so I apologize.
Well, and I don't like going after LED anyway, and I'm not as cute as the dog, so it's just as well. Two very brief updates. One, just shout out and thanks to OPC for that funding package at their last meeting. A lot of that work's going to be directly applicable to the work you're doing here at the committee, especially the things we talked about today on white sea bass and those next steps. We couldn't do that without the funding. And then on one of those where like you wake up in the morning, you just don't see it coming.
Totally.
There was a fake or a false notice of a special red abalone harvest draw that's been circulating on social media. So just to note that that is fake.
Can you project it or no?
No.
No.
I will not want to
You don't
project
want
it.
to project it. It is very realistic.
So there was an AI generated special red abalone harvest draw. Much of it looks quite real. There are some things like the picture of the abalone that do not look real. Or the method of take of hook and line is not real. If you can catch an abalone on hook and line, more power to you, but just if you can get the word out that that is not real. We are not offering a draw for red abalone harvest, and a reminder that the use of public seals with the intent to deceive is prohibited by law.
So what was the application fee?
It said it. No, but I think it is indicative of the times we are living in now. And AI is getting smarter and smarter, and there's still a few things that make it pretty obvious to the discerning reader, but it's probably only a matter of very short time until it is smarter than at least I am. And then who knows? Maybe it's time to retire at that point.
All right.
All right. Thank you. Anything else on there, Samantha, please?
Anuba's got a question.
Yep, go ahead, please.
I guess this question is for Katie and also for Craig. I was wondering if there was a potential update on when we might expect the OPC evaluation, the JEDI analysis, equitable access analysis, and the tribal petition analyses.
I know, I mean, it's all, I'm gonna let you answer, of course, but my understanding is it's all gonna be out in advance of the August meeting, is that right?
Correct. So the goal is to release this we're talking MPAs,
Yes, sorry.
the 5 tribal departments evaluation, the 5 tribally led petitions, OPC's recommendations, the equity analysis, updated companion document will all be released at the same time. As soon as they're done, hopefully by the end of the month.
Okay. And just hopefully by supplemental comment deadlines would be.
So they will be posted as soon as they are transmitted to the commission, so we won't have to. Commission staff don't have to worry about bundling up, putting in the binder, so we'll post everything on Story Map as soon as it's transmitted. And we'll try to get that well in as far in advance of the August meeting as we can.
Appreciate that, thank you. Should be well before the supplement deadline.
At least 5 minutes.
Very funny. All right. Thank you for that. And with that, we're turning on to future agenda items. Susan, and before we do, Samantha, I don't have anything to add to our future agenda items. Do you?
No.
Okay. Susan,
Great.
there you go.
Then the updated work plan in your meeting materials includes the changes that were approved by the commission, but highlighting in blue font, just so it's visible, that we did add the commercial lobster tailing petition that was referred to MRC, so that's reflected there. And then we added an annotation that the recreational take of pismo clam is associated with the petition from the city of Pismo Beach, which you granted for further consideration and requested that the department come back with options and a timeline, and that's slated for November. So that's it. I also will note that the list of topics for the November MRC is quite heavy. It is a lot of substantial meaty topics. I've had 2 people already ask me if we were going to make it a 2-day meeting in this. So that is what I can expect as far as participation levels. So so there's California halibut review, the bycatch evaluation for trawl gear, a return with Coonstripe, and they're looking for a recommendation at that stage. A discussion of the recreational take of pismo clam that I just referenced. And then I also referenced coastal fishing communities. And the department will bring a brief update on the nearshore groundfish management process. That is not going to be an extensive one. But then there's also review of the box crab exploratory fishing, EFP, and considerations of what are the project outcomes. Do we have enough data to inform any potential target opportunity? If so, now what? So you can see that there's some very substantial topics. Between now and October, I'll continue to coordinate with the department on readiness. And if you want to give me any input, then we'll come to the October commission meeting with an updated list. But it's substantial. And that just has to do with the timing as these things are all coming to, key stages, pivotal stages.
Okay, yeah. So my suggestion is that, you come back in October and that we may take a few items and delay them if we have to. We'll see where we are. We have to be able to make it work for a meeting where we have enough time for the items we have to deal with. So unless, Samantha, you want to remove anything right now.
I would love to just reflect on what Susan was just saying. I mean, a couple things. One, we're going to be coming off a potential 4-day meeting in October, so I would rather not do a 2-day MRC meeting in November. We could start a little earlier and we could go a little later. So that's my original, or that's my immediate gut reaction to that. I also, maybe after this meeting, Susan, you could reach out to folks and see if people like the idea of having a remote location. I mean, maybe we could do another meeting like this. I don't want to, I can see Melissa's face. Maybe not, but the vibe is pretty high down here. And so I was just thinking it's something we could explore.
Yeah, the view is really great.
Okay, so just something to consider. And I think that's all that I had in response to that.
Okay. Okay, so we're good. So we'll resolve it all at our October meeting to be prepared for our November meeting. So with that,
Chris Voss does have a comment.
Okay, Chris, go ahead, please.
Just wondering if we can describe a little bit more, with a little more clarity, where on the tailing process, where would it fit in? Would it be on the agenda of the MRC again, or?
It would be on the agenda of the November MRC, Susan. Yeah, right?
I think not for November because that's the opening of the lobster season and crab.
Right.
Maybe.
It has somebody's got their mic on. It's muted. Okay, we got it.
Great.
Go ahead, please.
Could you repeat that, Susan?
Yes.
Make sure it's not yours.
Okay, yeah, no, for some reason, my audio keeps turning on and off, so, and I'm not touching anything, so, yes, so we had steered away from a November update because of the overlap with the commercial fishery start, and would suggest also with our workload that we would want to push that into the next year.
Okay.
Okay, so there we go. So now we're on to item number 9, which is general public comments. So I'd like to encourage anybody who wants to speak on an item not on today's agenda that we haven't already talked about, but you'd like to mention to us and bring to our attention, to raise your hand if you're on Zoom by raising your hand on the Zoom feature, or pressing *9 if you're on a phone. Wonder if anybody in the room has anything under general public comment? Seeing nothing here. What about you, Commissioner Murray? Anything for general public comment?
Oh, general public comment. No hands raised in La Jolla.
Okay, we have 3 people online, so I'm going to go with Bella first. Go ahead, Bella, please.
Would it be possible to give a comment for agenda item 5? I had to step away during the comments. Is that possible?
Well, it's not allowed, but we got a few minutes left, so go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everybody. My name is Bella Sullivan with NRDC. NRDC thanks the Commission and the Department for its continuing efforts to reduce entanglement risk in the Coonstripe shrimp fishery. The next phase of rulemaking presents an important opportunity to continue to build towards measurable and meaningful entanglement risk reduction, which will support the long-term viability of this fishery. We therefore respectfully request that the MRC recommend that the Commission direct staff in coordination with the Department to begin developing a rulemaking package that, at minimum, transitions the southern Coonstripe shrimp fishing zone from conventional vertical line gear to pop-up gear over a 3-year implementation period, authorizes the director of the department, in consultation with the executive director of the Fish and Game Commission, to temporarily close Coonstripe shrimp fishing zones to the use of vertical line gear when whale entanglement risk warrants management action, and establishes measures to limit and reduce the total number of vertical lines deployed in the fishery, including through a cap on the number of buoyed and lines associated with trap strings. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, Bella. Keith, please.
Hello, Keith Rootsar, Giant Kelp Restoration. I was planning on driving to La Jolla yesterday, but I became sick following a 90-foot dive at Point Lobos on Sunday, and I couldn't make the trip, but it looks like a real party there. I wish I had made the trip. I'm crew on the Beach Hopper 2 dive boat, and on most weekends, you can find me out on Monterey Bay pushing divers into the water and ensuring they safely return to the boat. While on station, I dropped the still temperature logger down and I record the temperature and sunlight at depth. And I posted 75 readings in written comments, and I have more to share, and I'll keep doing it. Long story short, the ocean is too damn hot. It may be too hot for kelp to grow. And we all have seen those timelines with the red lines where the ocean changed dramatically following the blob of 2014 to 2016. A decade later, blob number 2 is upon us. This time starting earlier in the year, and predictions are that this El Nino will be more severe. Our entire perspective on kelp persistence and resilience is going to change. And like Dan said, you can disagree with me, but then you'd be wrong. Plans for the KRMP should include finding more climate acclimated kelp from southern regions and testing their survival in the northern regions. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last speaker is Jamie Diamond. Jamie, go ahead.
Hi, everybody. I just wanted to say thanks for having multiple locations. I know that made it easier for some folks to be able to attend in person. I'm painting and caulking a building today, so apologies for not being there myself. But I just wanted to extend an invitation to commissioners and staff for Fish for Life Santa Barbara, which is on August 30th this year, off both boats here in Santa Barbara. And I really want to thank the staff that go above and beyond to organize everything. Law enforcement does an amazing job, but the unsung heroes are the staff as well that show up and do a lot of the planning and organizing behind the scenes. So Liz Helmers and Claudia and others that do some work behind the scenes. I just want to thank them explicitly for their time and efforts. I also want to just say we're still, the Sport Fishing Association is doing sand bass sampling, and we are still looking for volunteers that want to go out on boats and measure fish. We've offered it multiple times to folks here who haven't taken us up on it, but I'm going to keep doing it. And so sampling efforts are going on, tagging efforts are ongoing, and it's going really well. We're excited for the work that'll come from that. And beyond that, I just want to, just a thought, putting it out there. There are things about fishing, whether it be recreational or commercial, that I don't personally care for, or I see as something that needs to be, or something that I would do. But I don't go out of my way to try and make it so nobody else can do it. And I think, you know, you don't have to do something if you don't like it. And so I get frustrated sometimes when I hear comments about stuff of like, well, we feel this is a concern, so nobody should be able to do it, or the department needs to do this because of we feel this. And I get it, and it goes both ways, but I just, there's been an increase, I feel, of because you don't like a certain fishing type, or a type of access, or fishing for a certain species, that that it's this lean to, well, I don't like it, so nobody should do it. And I'm not here to yuck anybody's yum, as I tell my kids about food and things like that. And I think the same goes for fishing and fishing styles. And we need to be responsible and reactive and responsive. If there's harmful gear types or things that are going on that are really causing harm. But I just, a thoughtfulness about why we're doing something. And this is not in relation to anything specifically today, but it's just a general thought that I feel it's important to put out there. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jamie. You want to ask Commissioner Murray whether there's anybody else or she has anything to say or add in La Jolla?
Chris has something.
And I don't expect a response because this is a can of worms, but because I know we're close to the end.
This will be the last comment from anybody, please. Thank you.
Sorry.
No, let's hear.
So I've been doing some research on the Merweek process at the Channel Islands. It was separate from the LPA implementation of the network that exists along the coast.
Yeah.
Okay. And so what happened at the Channel Islands was different. And it was a collaboration between the commission and the sanctuary. And that requires NEPA and CEQA. And there are proposals within the sanctuary that are petitions for expanding that network of MPAs at the Channel Islands. So I'm just raising a concern about the process that created the Channel Islands network being different than the one that created the coastal network, and that now I'm sure you guys are operating under the appropriate legal jurisdiction because the MLPA was passed and invested the power to create, or reinvested the power to create closed areas into the hands of the commission. I'm just saying also at the Channel Islands, there's a federal element. And I'm just suggesting that if there's any blurring or complexity to that, it would be interesting for us all to be aware of it.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just jump in and say, that would all be later, right? That would be when decisions are made, when proposed regulations are being proposed, then of course complying with CEQA and NEPA to the extent necessary. I know certainly for the original MLPA process, creating the statewide network, there were eyesores, there was CEQA compliance. All of that regulatory compliance would happen once there are actually regulations being proposed, which we're not there yet. So that's what I would say. I also wanted to just say, barred sand bass, we caught some, we measured them, we put them back in.
Yeah.
So
On board.
yeah.
And we've already got our folks that are working on the board thinking about how to do it for white sea bass. So Todd and crew have been very excited about how might we adapt that to get better size frequency data for white sea bass.
Very
Looking
good.
for new volunteers all the time, so
Yeah.
we'll take anybody's
You're on.
Welcome on the boat, I'll be there.
Yeah, everybody.
invited on the boat.
Yeah, we have like a great group last year.
Yeah, I'd love to go too, for sure.
Oh.
All right, back to you.
Yeah,
Alright.
thank you. So that concludes our meeting. I want to just alert everybody to our next upcoming meetings. On August 11th, the tribal committee meeting will be here in Sacramento, followed on the 12th and 13th by the full commission meeting here at the Natural Resources Center. I want to thank everybody for today's meeting. I'm glad you guys were all together down in La Jolla. We wish we could have been there with you. And really glad about the attendance and the participation today. So thank you all, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.